there were so many guys that were brought in as far as transfers, it was a surprise to see Riley Cooper was part of the weekend rotation. But again, there's the trust level there with Jay Johnson and him. Plus, he's a left-handed pitcher, breaks up the they got a right-handed starter on Friday, a right-handed starter on Sunday, so it breaks it up there. And he's a guy that there's no fear with the guy. He's a big dude. He's about 270 pounds. He's got long hair. Looks like he should be playing in a rock band or something for Leonard Skinner. But he's a talented pitcher, and he's going to give it all you got. And He's again, I think because of the trust level that Jay has with him, that's why he's there. And he said that it wasn't even a question when they decided their weekend rotation. There wasn't much of a discussion at all. It was pretty head and shoulders that the three guys they selected, and Riley Cooper was one of them.
Well, we're looking forward to seeing him throw that first pitch out there. That's quite the comparison you made there. Offensively, Trey Morgan, Gavin Dugas, your two offensive firepower guys. Let's start with them.
Well, Trey Morgan is he's a fun player to watch. I haven't looked at the lineup yet. I believe he's out in the outfield once again today. He's been a starter at first base his entire career. But, again, because of an influx of talent that has come in, and he is so athletic, he could play out in the outfield. So they had him start in left field yesterday, and if he's out there again today, it would only be his second start at LSU as a left fielder. Gavin Dugas has been a left fielder. Now they've moved him to second base. Second base was a little bit of a hole. There was a lot of competition there for LSU at second base. And Gavin Dugas, one thing he's a fifth-year senior, and he's a guy that he just hits. And he's battled some injuries, some freak injuries. In fact, in November, during fall ball, he was swinging at pitches that were way out of the zone, and Jay Johnson's like, "What's going on with you?" And he says, "I think we need to get your eyes checked." And when he went to get his eyes examined, apparently he was nearly legally blind in one eye. So he had surgery on his eyes, and well, here he is. He's hitting .643 to begin the season. So I need to find out who his eye doctor is, because he's been lights out, but he's been always a kid that can hit. And again, he's an experienced player being here for 5 years.
Well, we'll have to keep an eye on those two. Supporting cast, a couple other Tigers that make an impact?
Well, you got to mention Dylan Cruz. He's one of the top position players in the country. Could be a number one pick in Major League Baseball draft this year. He's hitting .429. He's off to a good start. He plays tremendous center field. Nearly threw out a runner trying to advance from second to third yesterday on a fly ball. But he's right there in the middle of the order. I mentioned Tommy White. The guy's got an amazing power, big-time bat speed for a guy like him. This freshman, Jared Jones, he rocketed a ball out into right center field yesterday. Big guy. That's the one thing that you'll kind of see. I don't know if you'll notice it from the press box as much, but when you're down on field level, LSU's got some big guys, and that's what Jay Johnson wants. He wants a physical style of baseball where their hitters really mash the ball, and that's what he's brought to LSU, and that's why fans are so excited about it, because there's a lot of guys in this lineup that can beat you. There's not as many. Jordan Thompson was one of their better hitters last season. He's batting eighth now in the lineup today. So it's 1 through 9. It is very, very difficult to get these guys out.
Talking with Jeff Palermo on our pregame show from Round Rock, Texas. He's doing the play-by-play for LSU baseball this weekend. Just anything you see from the Hawkeyes from your opposing view?
Well, I like the fact that LSU is going to get tested on the mound today, even if Breck only goes 6 or 5 innings or something. It seems like Iowa's got plenty of guys coming out of the bullpen. This is, I think, the first team, as we kind of talked about early on, the first team that LSU will play this season that I think would realistically has a chance to be in the NCAA regional. So I think that's a good test for them. And one of the things that Jay Johnson does like about playing in venues like this, it's a neutral field. He says Omaha's neutral field. So hopefully it's a kind of a postseason atmosphere here with the LSU fans and the Iowa fans that made the trip down, and just seeing two good teams go at it here today.
How do you see this game shaking out when it's all said and done?
Well, I can imagine we might see a pitcher's duel. Yesterday LSU got to the bullpen of Kansas State. Maybe that's the same kind of thing that happens here. is that we had a low-scoring affair through 5 or 6 innings, and then maybe LSU offensively, depending, who Iowa brings out of the bullpen and whether they're on their stuff or not. But I'm hoping it's a close game. I want to see LSU get tested. They're number one ranked team in the country, and you just want to see them go through as much different circumstances and different events, just different situations that go on during a game. Because once they get into SEC play, it's going to be very tough. LSU starts off with A&M, Arkansas, and Texas, A&M, Arkansas, and Tennessee, and so those are 3 of the best teams in the league. So you just want to see LSU put into some situations and see how they respond.
All right, Jeff, thanks for your time. We'll be following you the rest of the way.
All right, thanks a lot. I appreciate it.
All right, there you have it. Jeff Palermo, he's doing the play-by-play for LSU baseball this weekend. Coming up after this break, we'll talk with Coach Rick Heller as we preview Iowa and LSU coming up in just a little bit. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Woo! Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
At US Cellular, we think phones are great, but they're not always great for us. Because while they connect us to so much, they can also distract us from, us. The us that actually laughs out loud with each other instead of just texting it. That knows being in the same room doesn't always mean being together. So let's find us again by putting our phones down. Not forever, just for 5. 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. Join US Cellular in the Phones Down for 5 challenge. Find out more at uscellular.com/findus.
Knowing that I can make a difference in my patients' lives keeps me motivated every single day. Hi, I'm Dr. Kanya Ferguson at University of Iowa Healthcare. With academic medicine, we see the toughest cases, so we're always innovating. And we bring the best minds together to collaborate, so there's more brain power focused on you. Because that leads to exceptional care for our patients and our community. See how at uihc.org.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy 1 free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now, kids can eat free.
Welcome back to pregame coverage of Iowa Hawkeye baseball this morning. Iowa and top-ranked LSU coming up in just a few minutes. It's time to talk with head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Heller. Coach, just a final thought on the game last night.
Wasn't a great game for us on the mound or at the plate. Sam Houston State came out and played really well. Atkinson pitched great. He dominated the strike zone and lived on the edges, and we didn't get very many good swings on him. And Ty Langenberg battled for us, but he didn't have his great stuff last night. And excuse me, whenever he missed in the zone, boy, they hammered it. They pounded out 16 hits on a Friday night. Just tip your hat. They played really well, and it wasn't like we just gave it away. We only had 5 free bases, but they only had 2, and they didn't give us anything, and we didn't earn anything offensively. So wiped it away. We played a good game defensively. Need to do that again today, but last night was not a good night for us, and we just got beat.
Message to the team last night and this morning as we get ready for this one.
Well, it's just, here's the deal. We need to wipe that one away quickly because it's a quick turnaround. Learn from it. We weren't very aggressive at the plate. We took a lot of pitches that I felt like we should have been getting our swing off. We didn't hit many barrels. We were just really tentative offensively, and the message on the mound is when you play good teams and you miss over the middle, you're going to pay for it. And we just need to come out today with a more aggressive approach offensively and continue to play the good defense, and hopefully Brody Breck will give us a good start, and I feel good about the matchup if we play as well as we can, and that's about all you can do.
Are you glad that it's such a quick turnaround and then just right at it today, this morning?
Well, I mean, yeah, I wish it was a little more time, but no, it's good. That's the great thing about baseball is that you get to wipe it away and come out and play the next day, and we're doing it pretty quick today, and we'll show up and play hard. I know that.
Already sense that the energy's better today. Maybe not in comparison to yesterday, but you could really feel the energy for the group today.
Yeah, you can. I mean, last night was a tough night to play. I mean, it sounds weird coming from a Northern coach, but after 85 for four and a half straight days last week, and then not being outside, it was cold. I mean, the real feel was down there in the low 40s, and no heaters in the dugout, and it was a cold night and not a great night to hit, and we were a little soft last night, and Sam Houston wasn't. I mean, they came out and you could feel the focus, and their hitters were locked in, and barreling balls up, and we just weren't doing that. And like you said, I feel like our guys, it was a wake-up call, and that's what it needed to be. And sometimes you need that early in the season to wake yourself up. Everything went so well last week, and then it didn't last night. We'll see how we answer the bell this morning.
That's got to be a point of, maybe you loosely say excitement, but for you to see how your team responds to a loss.
It really is, especially early in the year. For a Northern team that isn't outside much, I think it's all this stuff, and that's why we play this tournament is good. It's all good for us, and there's lessons, win or lose, and sometimes more lessons when you lose than when you win. And we'll find out if our team will come out and fight today, and I believe they will. And I'm excited to see how we do.
Now, we all know what's on the line today. Yeah, the number one LSU, top-ranked team, really good competition. But what's the approach? You don't want to make it too big of a game, but you also got to face reality that this is a tough competition.
Well, it's real simple. I mean, I'm a big believer in just being real with the guys. I mean, we have to play well. We have to play our best game, and maybe even hope that they give us some stuff and don't play their best game. But we've got a guy in the mound who's definitely capable of shutting them down, and our bullpen is definitely capable of coming in and doing the same thing. The big message today is take care of ourselves, and not worry about who we're playing, and worry more about how we execute and how we go about our business, and just play hard, because you got nothing to lose. And it's a great opportunity to play the number one team in the country. I was thinking back this morning, in 35 years, I think I've only been a part of a team that even had a chance to play the number one team one time, and that was in 1996 at Upper Iowa. We played the number one team in the country, Marietta, in the College World Series, and we won 14 innings. We one time at UNI, we were going to Nebraska on a Tuesday, and they were ranked number one that weekend and dropped to number 3 because of a loss to Baylor, and we were able to beat them on a Tuesday. But just the opportunity to play a number one team, it doesn't come around very often, and so don't make too big a deal out of it, but you be ready to play your best game and take advantage of it.
Let's hope for something along those lines today. You got a pretty good record against those top teams, Coach.
Yeah, like I said, you don't get many in 35 years, at least, in my career. So let's enjoy this, and let's see where we're at. It's a good measuring stick, and see how tough we are, and see if we can go out and control ourselves in a different environment, and just go play as hard as you can and smart as you can, and usually when you do that, good things happen.
Talking with Coach Heller on our pregame show from Round Rock, Texas this morning. Coach, any maybe shakeups in the lineup, anything to get the bats going a little bit more?
Well, we're gonna flip catchers. Ben Tallman's gonna catch. Give Kate a day off after the quick turnaround, and then Gable Mitchell's gonna go and play second. Being a switch hitter, and us facing Riley Cooper, the left-hander. Just from a matchup standpoint, we're gonna get Gable in, who will be able to hit right-handed against him, and then no, after that, that's really the only changes today. You might see some guys run out there. Things aren't going well, mix and mesh, try to get things going. But I know our offense is too good to not show up and give at least a better performance today.
On the mound, excited for Brody today, Coach?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's a big day, just in the sense that all of us are anxious to see if Brody can follow up and be in control of himself and just pitch and just go out there and not try to do too much and just be who he is, which is plenty good enough. And that's the excitement for me, is to see if he can do it 2 weeks in a row.
We talk about the weather playing a factor on the offensive side of things. It's a little chilly again today, and it will be throughout the game. Does it impact the pitching as much as the hitting?
It definitely gives the edge to the pitching. In my opinion, after doing it as long as I have, because you have a long inning out in the field and your hands get cold, and the pitcher's the only guy that's really warm. I mean, the pitcher and the catcher. And so it's definitely edge to the pitcher. And Atkinson took well advantage of it last night and just pounded the strike zone and dared us to take our swings with the wind blowing in cold weather like it was last night, and he won that battle. Hopefully our hitters respond today and come out with a different mentality, and it's going to be a better day today than it was yesterday. Definitely not great here in the early morning as we're getting ready to take batting practice. Probably still only 40 degrees, but it's going to warm up as the day goes on, and the weather won't be nearly as big a factor as it was last night.
Just a quick note on LSU. Where do you see us holding the advantage over the Tigers today?
I don't know that we have an advantage, but I feel like of their three starters, this is a better matchup for us on the mound than the other 2 days would have been. And they haven't made an error on the season, and they're playing great defense. They've got threats up and down the lineup, and then obviously their bullpen is stacked. So we're just going to have to try to get on them early, which we didn't do last night. That was the plan, was to try to jump out early and make things happen. We didn't do a good job of executing our plan last night with the short game. We didn't get a bunt hit. We just weren't able to do anything. It was just a bad day. Hopefully today things click for us and we can get some things rolling on the bases. And I don't even know that we had a leadoff guy reach first base last night in 9 innings, maybe one time. But it's really tough. It's really tough to get your offense going when you can't get leadoff guys on. And we had a lot of really good hitters have bad days, and it's my hope that they come out and turn that around today. Usually don't happen 2 days in a row.
All right, Coach, as we wrap things up, your keys to victory to take down LSU today?
Just pound the strike zone, play good defense, and be super aggressive offensively today. Cooper's going to be around the strike zone, and we need to get up there and change the mentality and get our swing off and just see what happens from there. But clean baseball always gives you a chance to win. Even though we were clean last night for the most part, I think the stats are when we have less than 6 free bases, the winning percentage in the last 10 years is almost 75%. But when the other team only has 2 free bases, you don't lose very often. It probably jumps that to 90%, and you see the result. I mean, it was a solid game from a freebie standpoint. Last night was one of those days when both teams play clean baseball. You have to earn it, and we didn't get that done. So we need to do that today.
All right, Coach. Thanks for your time. Let's take down the Tigers.
All right, thanks, John.
All right, there you have it, our pregame conversation with Coach Rick Heller ahead of today's matchup with the top-ranked LSU Tigers. We're back right after this with more pregame coverage from Round Rock. You're listening to Iowa Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy one free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now kids can eat free.
After a cancer diagnosis, it's natural to want to start treatment right away. But first, get a second opinion from a team that specializes in your cancer. I'm Dr. George Weiner, Director of University of Iowa Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center. Before you start treatment, you deserve to be confident you have the right diagnosis and know every option available to you. So whether it's with us or somewhere else, get a second opinion. It can change your care and your life.
Woo! Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But you know, the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
John Evans and John Leo at Dell Diamond as we await first pitch in Round Rock, Texas. Top-ranked LSU and the Iowa Hawkeyes coming up in just a few minutes. But first, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification, 10 seconds for station ID. This is Iowa Hawkeye baseball. All right, getting set and ready for first pitch. The 5-0 LSU Tigers, the 3-1 Iowa Hawkeyes after the Hawks dropped to Sam Houston last night. Let's see how they respond. Let's welcome in John Evans, color analyst today and all season long. Let's hope for a nice bounce back today, John, against the top-ranked team.
Yeah, it's we talked last night. Obviously, didn't go anywhere near what expectations were, or what the hopes were, and. You know, the beauty of baseball is you get a chance to come back around right away and go, and this is going to be obviously a great opportunity. You know, you're playing a little bit with house money when you're playing the number one team, but, you know, that only carries your RPI so far. You're going to have to win, and it's going to be a very pro LSU crowd here as they travel extremely well, and seats are pretty, not full, but there's a lot more purple than black.
Yeah,
let's go that way.
Much different than last night. Lightly attended last night. A lot of fans here today. Let's set the batting order for the Hawkeyes. Pretty similar. A couple of changes. Michael Seegers will lead things off for the black and gold. Raider Tello will bat second. Keaton Anthony's the designated hitter, batting third. In the cleanup spot is Brennan Durigge. Kyle Huckstorf batting fifth for the Hawks. In sixth is Sam Peterson. 7, 8, 9 for Iowa will be Ben Tallman, Braden Frazier, and Gable Mitchell. They'll go up against the pitcher for LSU, Riley Cooper. He has one start on the season, 5 1/3 innings. Didn't give up any hits. He walked 2 and he struck out 7. He's a big left-hander, as we heard in pregame from the LSU play-by-play guy. Could be in a cover band for Riley Skinner, he said, or for the Leonard Skinner band. So if you can visualize that, this is a big left-hander. He's probably, what do you think, 6'5", about 270, John? He's a hefty guy out there, big lefty.
CC Sabathia.
There you go. The comparison to big CC. So we'll see if the Hawks can make him work and maybe test that stamina, but he's a solid pitcher for the Tigers today.
Yeah, the starting role is new. If you heard the pregame, you understand this is really the first year as a starter, but you know, he has Coach Jay Johnson's confidence. You know, a year in Arizona, a year here at LSU, now in his second season here at LSU, but he knows what he's doing. He knows how to get outs, and Hawkeyes will have to be disciplined. I think he walked 8 batters all of last year, and so you heard Coach Heller talk about attack, you know, and in the pregame scout, Coach Sutherland, to paraphrase him a little bit, told the hitters, stop complaining to the umpires and take it into your own hands.
Yeah. We'll see if get a different outcome today. The Hawks were shut out by Sam Houston yesterday. Only got 3 hits. Iowa and LSU. First pitch is on its way to Michael Seegers, and it's a called strike on the inside corner. And Seegers will stand in from the right side. The Hawks in black uniforms with the block lettering, spelling out Iowa in gold across the chest. Gold numbers, gold lettering on the back side. Gray baseball pants for the Hawks. A 1 pitch from Cooper. Seegers swings and misses, 0-2. LSU counters with purple baseball caps. They've got white uniforms on top with Tigers spelled out in cursive, purple across the chest, gold outline. White baseball pants for LSU. The 0-2 pitch to Seegers is inside. It backs him off the plate. It's 1-2 now.
Not overpowering velocity from Cooper. He's going to be upper 80s again, low 90s, but a good mix of pitches.
1-2 to Michael on the ground to the third baseman. Nice pick over there. He'll step and throw. Out number 1 as Nipple throws out Seegers. Solid contact. Maybe that's the best contact of the weekend so far for Iowa, but just right to the third baseman.
Maybe that might be sad, but true.
Yeah.
But, one of the things you want to see test, Coach Heller talked to the team about, taking the training seriously, getting in there, working on line drives. We talked a lot last night, getting the barrel onto the ball.
Here's Raider Tello, watches the first pitch go by for a called strike on the outside corner. Tello had 2 of Iowa's 3 hits yesterday.
Yeah, he did a good job making contact, finding some holes. See if he can find a way to get the Hawks started here in the bottom or top of the first.
Iowa, the away team, so getting to hit first today. 1 ball and a strike to Tello. Cooper's ready in the pitch. This one's hit softly on the ground to second. Scooped up there with plenty of time over to first. 2 away in the Hawkeye first.
I was talking to Ben McDonald before the game. He does a lot of, he does Oriole broadcasts, but also being, an LSU pitcher, watches LSU a lot. Said LSU really struggled in the field last year, dead last in fielding. Shortstop, second baseman made a lot of errors last year. See how they respond here if Iowa can put it in play. Obviously, the first pick at third was pretty good. The second base play was a little bit easier. But if you can put pressure on them from a defensive standpoint, you might turn out.
Keaton Anthony is the batter. He's watched a couple of pitches go by. The first one was a strike. The second one was a ball high. So it's 1-1 with 2 outs in the top of the first, just underway from Round Rock. 1-1 from Cooper. Anthony swings and misses. Boy, if he makes contact on that one, it's going a long way, isn't it?
Yeah. Keaton rarely gets cheated on the hacks he takes. So he
1-2 pitch on its way to Keaton. Inside, ball 2. Had the entire infield for LSU headed towards their third base dugout, but it's a ball, so it's 2-2. Anthony's still alive.
And 2/3 of the LSU fans were headed to the concession stand.
Next one to Keaton is fouled into the screen to the right. Over towards the Iowa dugout down the first base line.
Yeah, we talked pitch count last night. I mean, even 3 up, 3 down isn't the end of the world, but make them work, throw some pitches.
2-2, belted in the air, deep to right. Right fielder moving back towards the track, towards the wall, looks up, and it's gone! It's a home run for Keaton Anthony!
Opposite field power. Keaton has always possessed that. Did a good job staying on that pitch and just drove it out there in much better conditions today. Really the difference between a night game and an afternoon game. Ball carries a little bit better. Got all the way over the right field wall.
How about that start for the Hawkeyes? It's Anthony with the home run with 2 strikes and 2 outs.
Yeah, that's, I don't know that Iowa had much solid contact with 2 outs and 2 strikes last night. Good bounce back.
Here comes DeRiggi now. Watches the first pitch miss low. Ball 1.
Lefty on lefty here. He's got a little bit different delivery. He's more over the top to righties. He'll come a little bit more sidearm to the left-hander.
And he's missed a couple of times now. 2-0 for DeRiggi.
He's really trying to create an angle here and kind of throw it across and almost diagonally across there. And he's whipped 2 there now to the missed to the outside box.
Yeah, good job by DeRiggi to to notice what you're saying right there, John, that he's trying to sweep it across, slide it across. He's missed too far outside the whole time. It's 3-0 now. Cooper's ready, and this one is inside ball 4. So a home run with 2 outs, and then a 4-pitch walk will bring up Kyle Huckstorf.
Yeah, I mean, this is, again, the way you're going to challenge and beat a number 1 team is you're going to come up with 2-out hits. You're going to extend at bats. You're going to do the type of thing of getting into the bullpen and just see what they have.
Here's Huckstorf from the right side. Small lead at first. Huckstorf squares to bunt, gets it down the third base side. Cooper comes off the mound, throws it to first. He is out. They called him out. It's close. Huckstorf, they're asking for the review. Everybody on the Hawkeye dugout puts their hands to each ear asking for a review. The umpires will huddle towards the third base side of the mound, and yeah, we're going to have a review here. Huckstorf feels like he beat it out down there at first.
Oh, that was immediate. Not forget the Hawkeye bench. You know, obviously every player is going to do that, but Coach Sutherland right away was just, we're doing this. Yeah. So
bunt for a hit with 2 outs. How do you like that?
Well, and last night that was in the game plan, and Iowa didn't do a very good job of executing. That wasn't the greatest bunt ever, but again, it got to the right spot. Huck was hustling down the line, and I think we're going to have 2 on for Petey here in whatever it takes, 30 or 60 seconds when they come out of their little huddle.
He was called out at first, so they'd have to overturn it. Iowa out to a 1-0 lead in the top of the first, courtesy of the solo home run with 2 strikes and 2 outs by Keaton Anthony out there to deep right field. It's about, 375 out there. They don't really have signage on the right field side, but if you compare it to what's in left center, that's 375, so probably something similar out there in right center. And Anthony hits his second home run of the year, giving Iowa a 1-0 lead. As it stands right now, Huckstorf would be out at first, but they're in a review. To keep this inning alive with Petey coming up. You see Huckstorf and Peterson, they sort of piggyback off each other, obviously in the batting order, but when one goes, it seems like so does the other.
Well, and, they're very similar hitters. They're not the 6'3", 220-pound sluggers, but they both have a little pop. They can both run extremely well, and maybe they both have similar weaknesses. And so that's why you'll see them on against the same types of pitchers, and you'll see them maybe off against the same types of pitchers. But already night and day difference. I guess literally. From the energy in the dugout. The Hawks are really willing to take on the challenge here. I don't know what this means that it's taking this long on the challenge. Hopefully they're just having technology issues.
Yeah, I think that might be the case because there's a staff member that's pretty active over there at the monitor down the third base side, just off the left edge of the LSU dugout.
So while we're waiting for that, we'll take a quick read here. If you're at the game or at home, Wimmer's premium quality hot dogs and sausages will score with family and friends. Take the highest quality beef and pork, and you get the best tasting hot dog. Wimmer's, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes. Give us the read.
Yeah, they called him safe. So they call it after the review. Huckstorf is safe at first, and that'll bring out a mound visit from the LSU pitching coach. So 2 on with 2 out, and here comes Sam Peterson. The Hawks keep the inning going. They've done all this with 2 outs.
I got to admit, with that, as I was doing the read and I heard the crowd reaction, I thought that was going to be that he was out because, again, it's very pro LSU. Reminder on the challenge system here, since it's fairly unique, each coach gets 2 challenges. Since Coach Heller won that one, he keeps it. So both teams still have 2 challenges, and so no harm done for the Hawks, and 2 runners on out there.
Look at how the outfield is shading Peterson here, shifting him to right. First pitch to Peterson, line drive up the middle, base hit in front of the center fielder. They're going to wave around DeRiggi. Here he comes. Here comes the throw. It's cut off by the pitcher. DeRiggi's safe, and it's 2-0.
All with 2 outs. Well done. Great piece of hitting. Knew that Cooper wanted to attack the strike zone, got a pitch he liked in an area he liked, drove it right back up the box. And again, the difference between last night now And today, you're seeing line drives. You're not seeing the soft fly balls. You're not seeing just beating it right into the ground. Just good, solid line drives. Great piece of hitting from Petey there.
Hawks are jumping on the Tigers in the top of the first. It's 2-0. Runners on the corners, 2 away. Nice job, Sam Peterson. Look at him. Hucksdorf and Peterson go back-to-back with singles. Peterson's brings home a run. 2-0. Here comes Ben Tallman. He's doing the catching today for Iowa. A .250 hitter through 3 games played. Stands in from the right side. Cooper looking in for the sign. Now looks down at his wrist. He's got 10 seconds to pitch it. Now he comes set. Now fake a throw over to first. Just to keep Sam close over there at the bag.
I think that was more to reset the pitch clock than it was anything else at that point.
There's ways around that pitch clock, isn't there? All right, first pitch to Tallman. Floats outside, breaking ball, 74 miles an hour. Real slow coming in there. But Tallman laid off 1-0.
You know, Cooper was ahead of Keaton. Keaton got the home run, then he walked Derigi on 4 pitches, and Hawks have really taken advantage since.
This pitch is outside, 2-0. LSU fans not pleased with that call. That was almost in the opposite batter's box, though, John.
Yeah, I don't know if with all the extra funds throwing through LSU baseball, they think they get a little wider strike zone, but...
Now there's a called strike on the outside corner, 2-1. Not much Tallman's going to be able to do with that in terms of solid contact.
Yeah, when you're ahead 2-0, you're not going to do anything with that pitch. That's a good pitch from Cooper.
2-1, Tallman swing and a miss. 2-2 now. Iowa 2 in the first inning. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Tallman. Runner goes. Throw down to second is not in time. Runner from third will score.
The old double steal.
Coach Heller's got that up his sleeve as Peterson swipes second. Hucksdorf scores on the backside. You see that in high school all the time where you steal second base and then on the throw down, they run home from third. It's 3-0.
Well, the scouting report had that LSU yesterday immediately threw that down to third. So Hucksdorf had to be aware that they might throw behind him. Didn't. It was kind of a sloppy throw to second. Allowed Hucksdorf to score.
This pitch is a called third strike on the inside corner to Tallman, but how about the start for the black and gold? They push across 3 runs on 3 hits in the top of the first inning, and Brody Brecht will take the mound for the Hawks when we get to the bottom of the first. It's Iowa 3, top-ranked LSU nothing. When we come back, we'll bring you the bottom of the first. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
We all love a good win, catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/IowansWin.
At MidAmerican Energy, we want to help keep you safe around power lines and electrical equipment. Always assume a power line is energized, even if it's on the ground. To avoid the risk of an accidental shock or electrocution, avoid touching a power line with anything. And when you see high voltage warnings on transformers and substations, stay away. We care about you and your safety. Get more tips at midamericanenergy.com.
Paid for by the customers of MidAmerican Energy.
Round Rock, Texas. Iowa out to a 3-0 lead over top-ranked LSU. The Tigers coming to the plate for the first time of the game. They'll face off against Brody Brecht, but good to have run support early for Brody. It's time to go through LSU's batting order. They'll send Gavin Dugas to the plate first. He's the second baseman. Braden Jobert is out in right. He'll bat second. Dylan Cruz batting third. In the cleanup spot is Jared Jones. Josh Pearson is fifth in left. Tommy White is the designated hitter. He bats sixth. 7-8-9 for LSU. Brady Neal, Jordan Thompson, and Ben Nipple. They'll go up against Brody Brecht.
who is 1-0 on the season with one start. 5 innings of perfect baseball. No hits, no runs, no walks. He faced 15 Quinnipiac batters last week down in Florida, and he struck out 10 of them. So we'll see what Brody's got today. A different lineup, certainly a little bit better than what he saw down in Florida. But if he brings his stuff, Coach Heller's pretty confident that his best is good enough to get the win today. Iowa 3-0. Putting 3 across in the top of the first as Brody's set with the first pitch to Dugas. This one skips in front of the plate, ball 1.
Yeah, Brody has a chance to be one of the best arms in all of college baseball and just needs to keep building on last week's start.
Dugas takes this one outside and high, 2-0 as Brody's missed on the first couple of pitches here. Dugas is a .643 hitter. He's 9 for 14 to start the season with a double and 2 home runs. 2-0 is the count to him. His pitch is low and outside, ball 3.
They are one of the most selective teams in the country. They're going to take a lot of pitches. They're going to know what the scouting report on Brody was from last year, so they're going to make him prove it.
3-0 pitch, high and outside, 4-pitch walk to start the LSU first. Well, you get the run support in the top half. You got to just settle in and try not to give them anything right back, right?
Right. The idea is obviously you want to have a clean inning, get right back in the dugout. Didn't work out quite that way yet, but it can still get there.
Look for the ground ball. We'll start with a couple of strikes here. Braden Jobert is the batter, the right fielder. He's a left-handed hitter. Dugas is over there at first. First pitch from Brecht is a called strike on the outside corner. Brought that in at 88 miles an hour, but that was his off-speed.
Right, and Brody's got, last year he struggled at times with the fastball and really leaned on that breaking ball. He's got good move with it.
Out of the stretch, 0-1 pitch to Jobert. High and outside, ball 1. Hawks in their black uniforms with gray pants. In the field, they wear the gold baseball caps with the block I in black on the front. Black bills for the Hawks today. 1 ball, 1 strike. Nobody out in the bottom of the first. Iowa 3-0 over LSU. This pitch way outside, 2-1. Brody's got to bring it in here. Dugas is on first after a 4-pitch walk to start the Tiger first. 2-1 is the count to Jobert. And the pitch. Off speed high and in. 3-1.
I was talking to Coach McGrath before the game, and he said what'll make Brody even a more effective pro pitcher is that belt-high strike that he'll get in the pros that he doesn't get in college.
3-1. On the ground to the left side. Seegers will backhand it. He'll throw it across to first in time. No, they called him safe. They called him safe over there at first. And so the first two batters are on for LSU in the bottom of the first. They try to answer the 3-piece that the Hawks put up in the top of the first.
First base umpires getting a workout here in the early going on some close plays.
Well, he got the ground ball, but it was just too far of a throw for Seegers deep in the hole after the shift. So runners on first and second with nobody out. Here comes Dylan Cruz. We heard about him in the pregame conversation with LSU's play-by-play broadcaster. First pitch to Cruz. Called strike on the outside corner. Started him with a slider. It's 0-1.
Yeah, Cruz is a first-team preseason All-American. Talking to Coach Jay Johnson earlier in the week, he's just a team leader, just quality player offensively and defensively.
Stands in from the right side. This pitch is inside. Sharp slider that missed.
Brody's fine. He just needs to settle in, make sure he hits his spots, doesn't try to do anything he doesn't need to.
1-1 gets away from Tallman. Low and outside, runners will advance.
And that's a little bit of what I'm talking about. He doesn't need to find extra velocity. Brody has plenty. His breaking ball's good enough. He's got to believe it and trust it. And this is the biggest stage he's been on as a baseball pitcher. So it might take him a minute. He'll be fine.
2 balls and 1 strike. Nobody out. Runners on second and third in the bottom of the first. Iowa leading 3-0. Here's the pitch. Outside corner called strike. 2-2. Cruz batting .429. He's got a home run. 6 hits in 14 at bats. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Brecht comes set with the sign and the pitch. Low and outside. Tallman blocks it away again. The count is full.
Yeah, the 90-mile-an-hour slider there. Brody's got the 2 good pitches. Actually, he's got a little bit deeper arsenal, but really just trying to find good rhythm in his motion right now and get back to where he's comfortable.
3 balls and 2 strikes with nobody out and 2 on for LSU. The pitch from Brecht. Outside, ball 4. Bases are loaded, and here comes pitching coach Sean McGrath out of the Iowa dugout. So the Hawks get 3 runs in the top of the first, and we're looking for a little bit better start in the bottom, but nobody out and the bases loaded for the top-ranked team in the country.
Yeah, I mean, now you're going to face one of the freshman phenoms in the country in Jones, who's already hitting .500 on the year, and I guess you could say it up and down the lineup. There's good pop up and down the LSU lineup, and 2 hitters from now you're going to have Tommy White, who's the another preseason All-American transfer from North Carolina State, who led the country in home runs last year. So there are no easy outs here, so you're just going to have to buckle in here and give it your best.
Start with the first one, right?
Start with the first one. I mean, at this point, maybe you get him to roll over a ground ball, you get a 6-4-3 double play, you give up a run, but you get 2 outs and you settle in, and life feels pretty good.
First pitch to Jones. Called strike right below the letters on a breaking ball. We've seen a lot of breaking balls. Haven't seen too many fastballs yet, John, from Brody, and he works ahead here 0-1. Ready with the next pitch. It's on its way home. Check swing. He went around. Yes, sir. It's 0-2. Brody pumps it at 101 right there. Kind of in on the hands, too.
Yeah, I mean, that's, they have LSU has a number 1 pitcher, Paul Skeens. I saw him last year when he pitched for Air Force. He brings it, so they've seen this.
0-2 is high and outside. 1-2 now. Yeah, Skeens got the win yesterday for LSU in their 7-3 victory over Kansas State. We'll see the Wildcats tomorrow to wrap up the Round Rock Classic. 1-2 is the count with the bases loaded, nobody out. The pitch from Brecht. Swing and a miss. Down he goes. There's the first one.
And this is, again, I hate to keep harping on this, but Brody is new to pitching still. He's not the typical guy who's thrown, inning after inning after inning through, travel ball and through high school ball. And, he had the little bit of an arm tweak last summer, so he didn't get to pitch a ton in the summer. So he's back now, healthy and throwing, and, Coach McGrath worked with him on some rhythm things, and obviously Brody's just an elite talent as well, and that's the end of harnessing all that.
Here's Josh Pearson, left-handed hitter, stands in, takes the first pitch outside for ball 1. Thought we'd see Trey Morgan today for LSU. He's one of their best players, but he is out today. So Pearson is in. 2-0 now as Brecht misses inside with a breaking ball.
Yeah, I don't know whether Trey's is hurt. Yesterday he had his first start out in left field, and on a home run ball from a Kansas State player, he ran into the wall, stayed in the game, but took a pretty good collision.
2-0 pitch is a called strike. Another breaking ball comes in the back door away from Pearson. It's 2-1. 1 out. Bases still full for LSU in the bottom of the first. Iowa leading 3-0. Brecht working quickly. The 2-1. Inside, called strike. 2-2. backed Pearson up off the plate a little bit, but he's snug to it. He's real close to it in there. And Brecht has worked back 2 balls, 2 strikes with 1 out. Brody's ready, feels it, deals it. Swing and a miss. 2 down.
Yeah, you see the college hitters particularly really crowd the plate now. There's a lot of taking one for the team idea.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I'd volunteer to take a 101 for the team, but I'm not a college athlete.
What an outstanding slider that was from Brecht right there. The bottom of it just dropped out, and Pearson swung over the top of it. So the bases are still loaded with 2 outs. Here's Tommy White, the DH. First pitch to him, low and outside, ball 1.
This is a great matchup here again.
Yeah.
The leading home run hitter, and bases are loaded. Brody's had a little bit of control issue, but Tommy White does not want to walk here. I guarantee it.
1-0 pitch from Brecht on its way. Check swing. They'll send it down. You bet. He went around. It's 1-1.
LSU fan is irate. I love it.
Yeah, you can hear him voicing their displeasure with that call. 1 ball, 1 strike with 2 away in the bottom of the first. Here's Brecht. He's ready with the next one. Swing and a miss. That was sort of a half swing that just fooled White, and it's 1-2 now.
Well, and White is injured. The midweek game, he slid back into first base, and he actually separated his throwing shoulder. That's why he's not playing third base now.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch from Brecht. Swing and a miss. He got him. Tallman will step on home plate, and the Hawks get out of the jam as Brecht, he does it himself. And he strikes out 3 LSU Tigers in the first to hold them to nothing.
You're pointing at me like I'm supposed to say something, and I'm just so impressed with Brody's composure there to come back, to go right through the middle of that lineup. Didn't even let him touch it. It just got to be a confidence boost for him.
Good job, Brody Brecht, to strike out 3 Tigers in the first. We're through 1. It's Iowa 3, LSU nothing. We're back for the second right after this. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel, the Jill Armstrong Team, Wisconsin Realty, the area's premier realtor, and Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Jill Armstrong and her team strive to make every buyer and seller at ease with the real estate process. Contact the Jill Armstrong Team, Wisconsin Realty, for all of your real estate needs. Call 319-631-5455.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Iowa. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the university.
Braden Frazier leads off the top of the second. He's watched a couple of pitches go by. It's 2-0 to him. And the next one is fouled back into the net. 2-1. Iowa leading LSU 3-0. Putting up 3 in the first and then getting out of a significant jam in the bottom half of the inning. 2-1 pitch on its way to Frazier is outside ball 3. Just to recap that first, the bottom half of it, Brody Brecht walked 2 LSU Tigers, gave up a single in between, and then he just said, well, I've had enough of that. I'm going to strike the next 3 of you out. And he did just that, striking out Jones, Pearson, and White to end the threat and give up no runs. The count is full to Frazier, 3 balls, 2 strikes with nobody out in the top of the second. Frazier will take this one for a called third strike. Right at the knees. Braden was headed down towards first base, thought he drew a walk, but that looked pretty good from up here, and Frazier is out number 1.
Yeah, we had a couple Iowa hitters try to sell that yesterday, and Again, watching from here, unless it's low, that's the part we can't see very well. It certainly looked like a strike to me.
Here's Gable Mitchell, the second baseman. He squares to bunt and fouls it back to the net. Gable, the freshman, he is a switch hitter, and that's part of the reason why he's in the lineup today, just to give a different look from the lefty pitcher Riley Cooper. 0-1 is the count. The pitch to Mitchell is high and outside. Ball one. So Mitchell bats from the right side this time.
Yeah, just a solid athlete. I mean, again, we talked last night when he pinch hit. He's got a bright future.
1-1 is a nice changeup. That's a called strike in the inside corner. 1-2.
Yeah, plays a solid middle infield. He'll be able to help out with. Seegers really couldn't get a break last year.
Yeah.
And now, as he fouls that one back to the net, he'll be able to get a chance to maybe give Michael a little bit of a break because he can play second, he can play short. Could probably even slide him over to third if you needed to.
1-2 pitch, swing and a miss. Curveball that was high, and Mitchell had trouble timing it up. 2 away in the Hawkeyes second.
Yeah, he was really just trying to fight it off. He got fooled a little bit in the pitch before. He fisted back into the screen, and really that's all he was trying to do there. Just couldn't get bat on ball.
Back to the top of the order in Seegers, who grounded out to third to start the game. But this is where Iowa did their damage with 2 outs. That would be Seegers takes the first pitch at eye level for a ball. 1-0. Iowa with their 3 runs all coming with 2 outs in the first.
Yeah, I'll kind of go back to, at least at this point, both hitters.
His hit on the ground and foul to the right side.
Both hitters, quality at bats, extending pitch counts, getting kind of deep into the count. So you look for Siegs to do kind of the same thing, and obviously, hopefully he gets on base,
yeah.
but at least really work him because Cooper's approaching 40 pitches already.
Seegers put a good swing on that one, but came up empty. He's down in the count now, 1-2. Yeah, pitch count's going to be a topic for both pitchers at this point, the way the first inning went.
Yeah, absolutely.
1-2 on its way home to Michael. In the air to right, foul, and out of play. We'll do it again.
I think it was the Rutgers game last year where Michael had he had a 12, 13 pitch at bat against Wayne. I think he ended up getting out, but just such a quality at bat. He does a pretty good job here.
1-2 inside, backs him up off the plate. Way inside on the belt, 2-2.
Yeah, again, the strike zone in the SEC must just be different to fire these fans up so much.
Well, it doesn't help when the infield all runs over towards the line like they're going back into the dugout. The 2-2 on its way to Seegers. In the air, base hit into right center field. Seegers is on with 2 outs. Nice piece of hitting, just as you alluded to, John.
When I said it last night, and I didn't quite get the payoff from him last night, but Michael is a really good leadoff hitter. He's going to take some first pitches. He's going to take some first pitch strikes because he's not afraid to work down in the count. If he's got 1 strike, if he's got 2 strikes, he's a good defensive hitter who can then still be aggressive enough to put it in play and get on base.
So Seegers stands at first. Raider Tello's the batter. Here's a comebacker, knocks the glove off the pitcher. Cooper throws it high and off the bag. Off the bag at first as Tello hustles down, and he beats it out. That'll be a throwing error on the pitcher.
Yeah, he won for sure there. He had plenty of time. I'm not sure why he got so well, I know how. You get in the heat of the moment. He had his glove knocked off, but he got there. He had plenty of time to gather himself. And funny enough, he's on that back slope of the mound, just throws off his footing, got a little energetic, sailed it up there. Good catch by Jones to keep it from going into the tarp, but couldn't come anywhere near staying on the base.
So that brings up Keaton Anthony with 2 outs. First pitch to him. Good swing, but he fouls it off to the right side. Look out down below. Anthony up again with 2 outs, where he was last time, and hit a solo home run to get the scoring started for the black and gold. Iowa leading 3-0 in the top of the second. Runners on first and second with 2 away. 0-1 pitch on its way from Cooper. Downstairs, ball 1.
Yeah, this will be kind of a neat battle. See how Cooper changes his approach after Keaton got him to right field last time. See if he thinks he's better and just keeps doing it, or if there's an adjustment.
1-1. Anthony in the air to right. This one tailing towards foul territory. Right fielder's over there to make the play in fair territory then again, and grabs it for the third out of the inning. So Keaton goes opposite field, but didn't have the distance on this one. Just too high, right?
It was too high. It was too high.
Too high. All right, we're going to the bottom of the second inning. Iowa 3, LSU nothing. We're back right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
Knowing that I can make a difference in my patients' lives keeps me motivated every single day. Hi, I'm Dr. Kanya Ferguson at University of Iowa Healthcare. With academic medicine, we see the toughest cases, so we're always innovating. And we bring the best minds together to collaborate, so there's more brain power focused on you. Because that leads to exceptional care for our patients and our community. See how at uihc.org.
John Evans, John Leo in the broadcast booth at Dell Diamond in Round Rock, Texas. Game 2 of the Round Rock Classic for the Hawkeyes against LSU today. Played Sam Houston yesterday. We'll have K-State tomorrow, but today it's top-ranked LSU, and the Hawks lead 3-0 headed to the bottom of the second.
Yeah, just a much better approach at the plate from all the hitters. You know, they're strategically aggressive, making good swings. Just, again, making LSU play some defense.
Brecht back on the mound for another inning of work. First pitch is a called strike on the outside corner to Brady Neal. So it'll be 7-8-9 for LSU in the bottom of the second. A one pitch on its way. This is well downstairs. Skips in the dirt, 1-1. LSU loaded the bases with nobody out in their first attempt. The batter's box before Brecht struck out 3 consecutive Tigers. 1-1 pitch, tapped foul to the right side towards the on-deck circle, and it'll be 1-2.
Yeah, Brody's been able to dominate the strike zone with his breaking ball. He's just still had a hard time locating the fastball right now. If he can get a feel for where his fastball is going, he'll be a handful for these LSU hitters.
1-2 pitch on the ground to second. Mitchell's got it for the Hawks. Throw over to first. Yes, he's out. Out number 1.
Yeah, that was the 100-mile-an-hour fastball that was timed up pretty well there. It's a good, sharp ground ball, but pretty much right at Mitchell, who made a good play on it.
Eight-hitter Jordan Thompson comes in. Heard about him earlier, that he was one of the best hitters for LSU, but is down at the bottom of the order now because of that influx in talent that they've got now. Stands in from the right side. Brecht's first pitch to him is low and outside for a ball.
And what Ben McDonald told me beforehand was he really kept his place in the lineup last year because of his bat. You know, good home run guy. You know, 6, 8, 9 home runs, but had a hard time in the field. Really turned over his fielding this summer, though. Ooh.
Watching another pitch go by. This one is outside.
You know, he spent some time working on his glove, trying to become a better shortstop. So that he could keep his spot, because they were trying to replace him.
Yeah, he's found himself up in the count 3-0 as Brody's kind of missed all over the place to this batter here, but bring it back in. 3-0 pitch on its way, right down the heart of the plate for a called strike. That'll do. 3-1.
Yeah, the 100-mile-an-hour fastball right down the center. I don't care if you're looking for it or not. It's not going to be easy to hit.
3-1 is a breaking ball just inside. Ball 4. And so Thompson is on with a walk. Third walk for LSU today.
Yeah, you probably want to get your money's worth here. You don't want to fool around. Try to get them. Don't give free bases before you get to the top of the order. Yeah. No need to keep tempting fate here.
Yeah. So Brecht has to go to the stretch as the sun starts to peek out now.
thankfully, take some of the chill out of the air. 9-hitter Ben Nippolt is in, stands from the left side. He's the third baseman for the Tigers. Watches the first pitch inside, and Brecht gives a little shake of the head. Thought maybe that one could have been a called strike, but it's 1-0. Runner on first is Thompson. Keep a close eye on him. 1-0 pitch. This one is definitely inside. 2-0 now.
Yeah, he's just, again, we're talking about his command now. He's even struggling with the breaking ball, so he's just got to find his rhythm here.
Nippolt in the back of the box. The 2-0 is on its way. Skips to Tallman. 3-0. Make some sort of adjustment here. In the long game as well, not just necessarily with this at bat, but Brody's focus a bit here.
Well, and it's, they talked yesterday, we talked a little bit on the air too, the challenges versus threats. It's the relax, you can do this.
Counts 3-0 and misses outside, another walk.
For the most part, he's around the plate. It's not, he isn't missing by feet, but that doesn't matter at the end. It's still a ball, but so it's not anything major. There's not, oh my gosh, what is he doing here? It's just a little bit of a tweak. It's just about finding his zone and making that adjustment. And unfortunately, you're gonna have to do it against the top of the order.
Yeah, back to Dugas, who walked his first time up. First pitch to him is outside, ball 1. Dugas stands from the right-handed batter's box. Iowa 3, LSU 0 in the bottom of the second inning, but the Tigers threatening again. Brecht in the stretch. Runners on first and second with 1 out. The pitch. There's an off-speed that's a called strike.
Kind of buckled his knees a little bit there. Good pitch. Now you got to follow it up. That's you got to build on that one. It can't just be a one-off.
See what Brody comes back with on the 1-1. It's on its way home. Swing and a miss. He went with the slider on the outside portion of the plate. Might have been off the plate, and Dugas went after it.
Well, again, LSU is going to make you come at them. Their goal is to get you into hitters' counts, and so you've got to be aggressive. Try to throw strike 1.
1-2, swing and a miss.
So that you can get to strike 3.
There you go.
But, you got to get to strike 1. And in the scout this morning, it was interesting. I think the national average of strike 1 is 58%. Against LSU, it's 51. And so what that tells you is people have kind of bought into the reputation of, hey, we're afraid of throwing strike 1. Yeah. But the problem is then you're behind and you're in hitters counts, and now all of a sudden it becomes self-fulfilling that they can really hit you.
Yeah. It becomes challenging to even get to strike 1 there as Brody throws one in there at 99 on the outside corner, and Joe Bear watches it go by. Called strike. 0-1 with 2 outs. 2 on for the Tigers in the bottom of the second. Brecht comes set. He's ready with the next one. It's on its way. On the ground is short. Seegers has got it. He's got to throw it across to first in time. And the Hawks get out of the inning again. We've played 2 in Round Rock. Iowa 3, LSU nothing. We're back right after this. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
After a cancer diagnosis, it's natural to want to start treatment right away. But first, get a second opinion from a team that specializes in your cancer. I'm Dr. George Weiner, Director of University of Iowa Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center. Before you start treatment, you deserve to be confident you have the right diagnosis and know every option available to you. So whether it's with us or somewhere else, get a second opinion. It can change your care and your life.
You probably know that a natural gas leak smells like rotten eggs, but what does a gas leak look or sound like? If you hear a whooshing or hissing sound, see dirt, dust, or water spraying from an area, or you get dizzy or queasy, leave the area immediately, then call 1-800-595-5325 once you're safely away. See MidAmericanEnergy.com for more safety tips.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
Top of the third inning, Iowa 3, top-ranked LSU nothing.
The Hawks will come to the plate with 4, 5, 6, DeRiggi, Hucksdorf, and Peterson. Riley Cooper out there on the mound for the Tigers. Good start to the game for Iowa.
Well, we were talking about in the bottom of the inning there, we were talking about strike one, and if anything, the Hawkeyes were living proof of that last night with Atkinson. Atkinson, I think I heard the guys tell me beforehand, 18 of 23 batters he faced, he got strike one. And what that does then is that gives a pitcher all of their arsenal. They can come back with anything. They don't have to worry about, well, geez, what's the best pitch I throw for a strike? And I know the scouting report says that. So you can do anything. It just opens up so many avenues when you can get strike one.
DeRiggi leads things off, fouls it into the stands to the left side.
And for somebody that throws as hard as Brody does, but still has such a good slider, if you can get strike one, the hitters just have almost no chance to then sit on anything.
1-1 is the count now. The next pitch missing inside to the Hawkeye first baseman, who walked and scored his first time up. Lefty on lefty matchup. DeRiggi rips this foul past the first baseman to the right side.
And that was good contact. Again, I know it's a foul ball, but Hawkeyes still haven't had that many times where they barreled up here in Texas, and that was closer. That was good, solid contact.
1-2, looped in the air to the left side now as DeRiggi's gone back and forth, left to right, now back to the left. Find some space between the white lines here. Down in the count, 1-2.
Yeah, make him work. Don't be an easy out.
Here comes the next pitch from Cooper. Fouls it off again, staying alive. Good job protecting the outside corner of the plate.
And that's an experienced hitter, staying alive, taking a pitch that you can't do anything with, but making sure you get to see another one.
Here is that next one on its way. Tapped foul to the right side now. As DeRiggi was way out in front of a 74-mile-an-hour changeup. That looks a little bit different than the 90 that's coming in there, isn't it?
Yeah, he was fooled, but again, that last night he's probably walking back to the dugout, struck out. Tonight he puts bat on it and he gets to see another pitch.
1-2 outside, off the plate, 2-2.
That's a good eye there. I mean, again, the LSU fans are mad, but this umpire's been consistent on. He hasn't given that one, but if he brings it in an inch, he's probably getting it.
2-2 to DeRiggi, way outside, no doubt about that one. 3 balls, 2 strikes now.
Yeah, I said in an inch, not out a foot.
Yeah, that one there was no question missed. 3 balls, 2 strikes. The pitch is on its way to DeRiggi. Outside. Oh, he called that one, though. Called third strike, and DeRiggi goes down. Must have clipped the corner there, John.
If you say so. But again, the better choice was DeRiggi did what he was supposed to do there. Good at bat all the way around, and then even when the umpire punches you out, right or wrong, walk back to the dugout. Yeah. Complaining isn't going to get you anywhere.
Here comes Hucksdorf, swings and misses at the first pitch, a changeup that dropped out of the zone, 0-1. Iowa 3, LSU nothing in the top of the third. Day 2 of the Round Rock Classic. 0-1 to Hucksdorf, breaking ball that missed low, 1-1.
Yeah, Huck had the bunt single, got overturned, or the called out got overturned.
Watches the next one go by, 1-2, down in the count with 1 away. Bases are empty. Huck really kept things going after the home run by Anthony. Back in the first.
Yeah, DeRiggi drew the 4-pitch walk, and then Huck immediately decided to try to take advantage and make the pitcher field it.
2 balls and 2 strikes to Huck. This one misses high, ball 3. And wow, the body language of the entire LSU infield, including the pitcher and the catcher, was pretty surprising there. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Cooper ready, the pitch to Hucksdorf. Line drive, base hit right up the middle. And the Hawks again with 2-strike hitting. It's been real sharp today.
2-strike, 2-out hitting. Hawks have been really good. And, the thing with this game, and obviously we're a long ways from Iowa winning it, but the longer you can stay on top of the number 1 team that doesn't look at you as an equal, that frustration level is going to ramp up in the crowd, in the players. Every call is going against us. You can keep putting pressure on. You got a chance.
Good lead at first. They'll check on the runner at first as Hucksdorf Dives back in. Sam Peterson is up now for Iowa. Looking to ride the single that Huckstorf just hit with one of his own. They'll check on him again over at first. He's got a delayed move. Kind of picks that foot up and doesn't go anywhere and then goes over to first. So Huckstorf's got to stay close to the bag. We'll see if he extends his lead at all. He's at the cut of the grass. First pitch to Peterson is a called strike. No, they called a balk. They called a balk on Cooper. And so now Huck, he'll jog up to second base now.
Well, so, again, one of the things in the scouting report was he gives that glide move over there, and Mitch Bowe, one of his jobs was to make sure the umpire knew he doesn't pause. And on that one, he tried to go to the quick slide step, didn't pause, got called for the balk.
Runner in scoring position now for Peterson. Check swing, holds off, 1-0 on technically the first pitch of the at-bat. Like we mentioned earlier when Sam was up, the outfield shading him towards the line and right.
Yeah,
so if he can pull it down this left field line,
yeah,
the 1-0 misses.
He could run for a week if he pulled one down the line here.
Right. Now, the third baseman playing tight to the bag, so you got to get over his head somehow, but get it into that corner. We're going to have a pause here, and looks like a mound visit.
And part of the outfield shift, we joke about that a little bit, but obviously their scouting report says Petey's probably not going to pull it, and then the other side of it is they may be attacking him outside. Mm-hmm. So his best case scenario may be third baseman still over on the line, so they may expect, hey, we're gonna work him on the outside half. If he hits something over here, it's going to be a rollover ground ball. If he hits anything hard, it's going to be pushed out to right field. So it could just be the way they've decided to attack him on how they've positioned their outfielders.
We've got some wishful thinking, right, that we could just hope that PD could put it into that corner, but there's a reason why LSU is aligned the way they are defensively is what you're saying.
Yeah, it's not quite as simple as, well, we see green grass over here, so I'm going to hit it over here. Yeah. And obviously for me, it's not anywhere near that simple. Now for PD, maybe, but again, you're going to have to take what they give you, or you're just going to make soft outs. And now ahead in the count, needs to look for a pitch in a happy spot and see if he can drive in a run.
2-0 pitch to Peterson. Fouls it off to the right side. Put a good swing on that one. It must have been in that sweet spot where you were looking for.
Yeah, that one was one that he wanted. He got the 89-mile-an-hour fastball. He came right after him, and Sam was ready for it. He just, and that's kind of the problem last night. Fouled off some of those really good pitches.
2-1 on its way home. Swing and a miss. 2-2 now.
That's Sam Houston last night when Iowa made a mistake or when Iowa had to come after him. Sam Houston lined that ball into play, and Iowa's got to respond and take advantage of some of those.
2-2 from Cooper. This one's in the air to left. In that corner, it's down for a base hit. Here comes Huck. He's going to score. Peterson with an RBI double. And the Hawks lead 4-0.
Maybe it is that easy. You pick green grass. But, funny thing is, he kind of fisted that. Yeah. He really didn't hit it all that hard, but he elevated it a little. To your point, he got it over the third, he got it over Nipple's head, got it out into the grass, and he was able to run for a while.
Good job, Sam Peterson, to do that. Bring home another Hawkeye run. Iowa 4-0. The top of the third inning, and boy, he and Huckstorf back-to-back, they trade places there. First pitch to Tallman's a called strike, clipping the outside corner. 0-1, but yeah, Peterson and Huckstorf just trade places. Now Tallman will try to do the same thing. Standing in from the right side, Cooper ready from the belt, the 0-1. Swing and a miss, 0-2.
Now Ben came on late yesterday. Gable Mitchell pinch hit for Cade Moss, and Ben was able to catch an inning in the 45-degree cold.
Tallman is all eyes on this one. Knew right away it was going to be a ball. It was too low.
The coaching staff had some potential tells from Cooper, so it'll be interesting if the hitters can pick him up.
Tallman will chase this one inside, and he'll go down on strikes. With 2 away now in the Hawkeye third, it'll bring up Braden Frazier. Yeah, so far, Iowa's done a nice job with their at-bats, and their approach has been like you said, night and day from yesterday. More aggressive, attacking. They're playing the small ball a little bit. They're executing the things that they wanted to the entire weekend. First pitch to Frazier is a breaking ball called strike that swoops in from the outside corner right back in, 0-1.
Yeah, really done a little bit of everything. Obviously, you had Keaton's home run. You strung some singles together. You had the double there.
Frazier takes a hack at this one, but comes up empty. Change up. And Braden's down in the count 0-2 with 2 outs. Runner on second. The Hawkeyes have plated one to lead 4-0. Here's the next one to Frazier. In the air to center. This one's crushed. Center fielder's going back, but he doesn't go back too far. He'll camp under it, and he'll make the catch for the 3rd out of the inning. The Hawks get 1 run, adding to their total. They've got 6 hits through 3 trips to the batter's box, 4 runs to the Hawkeye name. It's 4-0. We head to the bottom of the 3rd. Back right after this. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/IowansWin.
Bottom of the 3rd inning, Iowa leading LSU 4-0. The top-ranked Tigers come to the plate. They'll send 3, 4, 5 to the box. At the top of the hour, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification, 10 seconds for station ID. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. Brecht returns to the mound. His warm-up tosses are complete. Dylan Cruz will lead things off. He walked back in the 1st. And as you mentioned, John, with staying ahead of the number 1 team, staying ahead of good teams late, as long as you can, it's a full game, and it can start right here with Brecht doing his job on the mound, throwing strikes. First one to Cruz is low and outside, but you want to keep adding to your run total, but you want to keep holding them down too.
Yeah, but 2 shutout innings, but it took him 47 pitches to get there. I mean, you're not going to get deep into games. Now he's 2-0 here on Cruz. You got to find it coming out of the dugout quicker if you're Brody, because you're never going to be a 7-8 inning guy if you can't get through 4 innings.
2-0 is a breaking ball that misses high and tight, 3-0. And you got to think for LSU, maybe it's given them a little, confidence or just some life as the 3-0 is high for ball 4. So a 4-pitch walk to start the 3rd, but it lets them feel like they're still in the game. And obviously they are, even with just a 4-run deficit, but just lets them know that they can keep hanging around, keep drawing these walks.
Right, with their firepower, they're not scared of 4-0. But when they know they're going to get free passes from you, then it just becomes that much easier. They don't have to hit. That guy doesn't have to hit a home run because you're going to give us one, and we'll be able to cut it in half without really working very hard.
5 walks already for LSU. Here's the first baseman Jones watching the first pitch go by for a strike on the inside corner. Jones, tall batter. Stands in from the right batter's box. 0-1 is the count. Runner on first with nobody out. Next pitch from Brecht. Swing and a miss. Now he's come back into the zone. 0-2 now. Iowa leading LSU 4-0 here in the bottom of the 3rd.
And this is, again, this is kind of the character builder. This all goes into Brody's book of learning here.
Next pitch on its way, low and outside, gets away from Tallman. He can't locate it, and the runner will advance to second. it's been that slider, that breaking ball that has missed low and outside to righties that's given Tallman a little bit of trouble behind the plate.
Yeah, we saw that with Langenberg yesterday, just hanging on to it just a little bit too long so that when you snap it, you're pulling it across all the way. And so it ends up, you're kind of pulling it over into that opposite batter's box. You're not trusting that you're going to just be able to snap it and fool him.
Cruz in scoring position at second now. 1-2 pitch on its way home, way high, 2-2.
He doubled back up that time, kept the slider up high, but or back over the plate, but left it up high.
Brody will look into the sign from Tallman. He's got what he likes. Feels it and deals it. Swing and a miss. Just blew the fastball right by him. And Jones is out number 1.
I mean, I know these are SEC and all of that stuff, number 1 ranked team, the schedule they're going to see.
Yeah.
They're not going to see too many arms that are as lively as Brody's.
You're right about that. To just consistently hit 99 to 102. But the good thing with that for Brody is that, he doesn't throw that fastball as often as most people with that arm would, right? Here's Pearson. First pitch to him is a breaking ball and a called strike on the outside corner. It feels like he's thrown more of those sliders than he has fastballs today. I don't know if that's totally accurate, but that's just what it seems like.
I'd probably agree with that, and that's certainly been his strike pitch.
This one's tapped on the ground to the right side, foul. DeRiggi will scoop it up just in foul territory. 0-2 now.
Yeah, he's done a much better job of getting the called strike with the breaking ball. I'm not sure that. I'm not sure he's had a called strike on the fastball. If LSU's seen it coming, they've swung at it and put it in play, or swung and missed. But he's been able to use that slider as an actual out pitch.
Brody looking for a strikeout here. 0-2 is the count on Pearson. Brecht is set, and the pitch is high and outside. Missing with the fastball.
And funny enough, you kind of see Brody usually has a super smooth, super easy delivery. It looked like he reached for more there, and he only hit 97. You don't get more by trying to throw it harder.
1-2 from Brecht. Just outside. 2-2. Went back to the slider. Tried to backdoor it on Pearson, but just missed.
That was a pretty good pitch.
It was. If I'm a batter there, I don't know how I don't swing at that, right? 2 balls, 2 strikes with 1 out. Runner on second for LSU. The pitch. Swing and a miss. And Tallman will tag him with the bare hand. 2 away now. Buried that slider.
Iowa's baseball sponsored Iowa Corn. When corn grows fuel, Iowans win. Ethanol is a renewable fuel that's better for our environment, our health, and our wallets. Share your winning moments using hashtag IowansWin, and you could win even more from Iowa Corn.
Here's Tommy White, the designated hitter. Runner on second with 2 outs. First pitch to him is just outside for a ball. As we look down at our scorebook, so far in the first, Cruz, who led off this inning, he walked. He also walked back in the first, and then Jones and Pearson went down on strikes this inning, just like they did in the first. And here's Tommy White with an even count of 1-1. He struck out in the first. Boy, how about a strikeout here from Brecht to get us through the third, with the Hawks on top 4-0. 1 ball and a strike, 2 away in the bottom of the third. Brecht is ready, and the pitch low and outside. 2-1.
Yeah, I mean, what you've seen from Brody is that he's more than capable of handling them. Now he's got to, again, trust himself, clean himself up. The 5 walks are killers, at least for being able to stay in the game long term.
2-1, missing high at the letters, 3-1. Brody will look down at his wrist for the sign. We got to come up with something good here to get back in this count. Dangerous hitter in Tommy White. I believe he's got some power. 3-1 on its way. Swing and a miss. Nice hard slider on the outer half of the plate.
I don't know if you ever played slow pitch softball, but you'd have guys that would be ahead in the count like that, and the pitcher would throw a bad pitch and they'd swing at it. Tommy's that guy. He does not want to walk here on this 3-2 pitch.
Full count pitch from Brecht on its way. Tapped right in front of the plate. Brody's coming off the mound to get it. He's got it. He throws it to first. Yes! He's out over there at first on a weak ground ball right to Brecht, and he flips it over to Derigi for the third out of the inning. We've played 3 here in Round Rock. It's Iowa 4, LSU nothing. Back right after this. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Woo! Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But you know, the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
At Mid-American Energy, we want to help keep you safe around power lines and electrical equipment. Always assume a power line is energized, even if it's on the ground. To avoid the risk of an accidental shock or electrocution, avoid touching a power line with anything. And when you see high voltage warnings on transformers and substations, stay away. We care about you and your safety. Get more tips at midamericanenergy.com.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
John Evans and John Leo back at Dell Diamond in Round Rock, Texas. Day 2 of the Round Rock Classic. Today's opponent, the LSU Tigers. They're back out into the field for the top of the 4th inning as the Hawkeyes come to the plate with 9-1-2. Gable Mitchell, Michael Seegers, and Raider Tello. The Hawks lead the Tigers 4-0 after a strong first inning where they put up 3 runs, got 1 in the 3rd. Hawks have 6 hits so far. Here's Mitchell batting from the right side. The switch hitter will take a fastball on the inside corner for a called strike. It's 0-1.
Yeah, he really likes to try to bust the right-handers inside when he can.
Yeah, and switches things up, goes outside this time, and Mitchell gets just a piece of it, sending it back to the screen. 0-2. Turning out to be a very nice day here with the sun finally breaking up the clouds. The 0-2 to Mitchell, fouled back just to our right.
Yeah, I take back everything I said about Texas weather. If it's going to be like this, we're doing all right.
Yeah. I know when I checked the weather last week, it said 80s the whole time we were down here. 0-2, hit on the ground to the right side and through into right field, into shallow right. Boy, Mitchell just threw his hands at that. Weak contact, but we'll take it. It got through there.
Well, you talk about professional hitting. That's just good. I kind of got fooled, but here's what I'm going to do. And he pokes it out there. And funny enough, if Iowa softball, if you were playing that right fielder might have had a shot at him at first base because he was playing very shallow.
Yes.
Gable didn't exactly rope it out there, which might have saved him getting down there. But now we'll see what he can do on the base path.
Yeah, Mitchell's got some speed, and Seegers is the batter. So we'll see if Iowa tries to execute some small ball here with some bunting opportunities. Nipple, the third baseman's even with the bag, in fact, in front of it. As Seegers stands in, they'll check on that runner at first again in Mitchell, and he's back in there without a slide.
Yeah, you'd like to see Seegers push this down the first base line because then you've got a left-handed pitcher. The first baseman's going to have to charge. You get the second baseman pushed over toward the base. Not only does it work as a sacrifice, but if you're Seegers with the speed, you got a chance to beat that out in this case. And
great point.
See how good Tommy really is at fielding a ball. Although it looks like we might get a change here.
Yeah, we're going to have a pitching change, so just a bit of delay there as Riley Cooper's day appears to be done, and the Hawkeyes get to the LSU bullpen in the top of the 4th inning. All right, let's take a pitching change break. We'll be back right after this. Iowa 4, LSU nothing in the top of the 4th. We're back right after this pitching change break. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our Our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through Life Care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakmall.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
At US Cellular, we think phones are great, but they're not always great for us. Because while they connect us to so much, they can also distract us from, well, us. The us that actually laughs out loud with each other instead of just texting it. That knows being in the same room doesn't always mean being together. So let's find us again by putting our phones down. Not forever, just for 5. 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. Join US Cellular in the Phones Down for 5 challenge. Find out more at uscellular.com/findus.
Pitching change for the LSU Tigers in the top of the 4th inning with Iowa leading 4-0. They'll go to the bullpen and they'll go with Sam Dutton. Switching things up now, he's a right-handed pitcher. Seen action in one game this year where he threw 2/3 of an inning. He struck out one batter along the way. So into the bullpen in the 4th inning already. Good job by the Hawks to be aggressive to chase Riley Cooper.
Yeah, this is, here we go. We'll just go ahead and be the color guy, Captain Obvious, but this is the kind of the dream start for Iowa. You know, getting into the bullpen early. Yes, LSU has a deep bullpen. They're going to be able to throw arms and arms and arms at you, but especially after last night's game where, you know, couldn't get to the bullpen, hitters maybe didn't show up the way they wanted to show up. You needed to make a better accounting for yourself, and so far they've done that, and you know, test the depth. You know, don't just take for granted they're number one. Go ahead and see what they've got. And you know, this guy made 18 appearances last year. You know, ERA was over 5. He's not unhittable.
Right.
You know, Iowa should be able to do some stuff with him. He's going to have a fastball that Iowa has seen before. It's going to be in the low 90s. So a little bit harder than the guy that threw last night. But funny enough, he's not afraid to snap off spinners. So he'll throw a slider, he'll throw a curveball. They'll have some things they'll have to be ready for. But again, with that good aggressive approach, they've got a chance to put him on his back foot instead of us being on the back foot as a hitter.
Yeah. Might take a moment to adjust too, but it'll be almost like you're starting the game because we'll have Michael Seegers coming up first right away here for the Hawks.
Yeah, Michael's coming up here. I think he just threw over to first base, so there were no pitches to Michael. So
that's right.
So we'll still come in with a clean count. And, changes the dynamic of the bunt just a little bit because you can see the second baseman is now shaded over more toward first base. You've got a right-handed pitcher. So you're probably going to try to make the third baseman feel it if you're going to bunt here.
See what the Hawks elect to do. First pitch to Seegers. He squares to bunt, pulls it back. The pitch misses outside, ball 1. Iowa 4, LSU nothing in the top of the 4th. Runner on first is Gable Mitchell over there. Seegers the batter. Mitchell the freshman. But got to be smart over there at first. Every run would count today.
Yeah, you'd like to think maybe you have enough, but I wouldn't count on it.
Seegers squaring to bunt again, missing outside again. 2-0 to the Hawkeye shortstop.
I sat this morning as the hitters went over the signs, and I lost them all. This was more than just touch your cap and your arm or belt and call the take sign.
2-0 pitch on its way home. Seegers puts down a nice bunt down the third base line, trying to leg it out to first. The throw is not in time. In fact, the first baseman bobbled it and dropped it. Good job, Michael Seegers. He gets down the line, and the Hawks have 2 on here in the 4th.
That's going as a hit. Michael had that beat out anyway. You know, the third baseman, you've got kind of their backup third baseman, so you know, maybe not the greatest fielder either, so make him put the ball in play, and a fantastic bunt. Nippold had to throw it on the run, wasn't able to come up with good placement here, and Tello will have a chance with 2 on.
Tello has quietly been one of Iowa's best hitters this year. You think about the names of Keaton Anthony and DeRiggi and Hucksdorf, but Tello kind of sets the table early on, and he's up now with runners on first and second and nobody out in the 4th. First pitch to Tello. Slow breaking ball, called strike. on the inside corner.
LSU had some miscommunication there. The shortstop broke behind Mitchell at second for the pickoff play, and the pitch came to the plate. There was a huge gap there.
Yeah, corners are in for LSU here, almost like they think Tello might bunt. Next one to him, base hit in the center field. It's down in front of the center fielder. And they're going to have to stop Mitchell at third. The bases will be loaded. That's just a tough play right there for Mitchell standing at second base because you couldn't really tell if that's going to be caught or if it's going to get down, so he wasn't running on contact.
Well, and that's just good base running. I mean, he couldn't take off because, again, the shortstop was playing a little peekaboo with him behind him. So you don't know exactly where he's at, and the last thing you want to do as you've got this rally going is end it because you strayed too far off and ended up into a double play. And so just smart base running to make sure, get it down, let this rally build. There's worse hitters to come up to the plate with the bases loaded than Keaton Anthony.
No doubt about that. The bases are juiced for Keaton. Nobody out in the fourth trying to get some more damage done. First pitch to Anthony, lifted in the air, foul to the right side, and out of play. It's 0-1. The Hawks are on top 4-0 in the top of the fourth inning.
Love the aggressive take, though. Iowa men 101. Michigan State 101 as they head to overtime. Holy cow, what a game.
Can't believe that. The Hawks were down by 8 super late. Just keeping our eye on that at Carver Hawkeye today. That's a big game for Iowa. It's a huge weekend for Iowa athletics as the 0-1 to Anthony is on its way. Check swing, and he got a piece of it, and it's 0-2. Now, big weekend like we're talking about, the men's and women's basketball teams with huge home games. This game right here that we're having the joy of broadcasting is significant as well.
And the game last night, Iowa softball played UCLA, number 1 ranked UCLA.
0-2, fouled back to the left side.
And they were ahead 1-0. UCLA tied it up in the 5th and then got a home run in the 6th and was able to shut Iowa down. But Iowa had 2 runners on in the 7th, so chance to play. It's great to see Coach Gillespie maybe get the Hawkeyes back to where they can knock on the door. They've got some good wins, off to a good start this season.
Good time to be a Hawkeye. Bases loaded for Anthony. 0-2 pitch on its way. Downstairs, ball 1.
Keaton's knees buckled a little. He was a little concerned about maybe having to walk back to the dugout.
He got started a little bit there, right? 1 ball, 2 strikes, nobody out, bases loaded. Next pitch to Anthony. Fouls this one off himself. Hold on a minute. He's kind of doubled over. He stays alive, though.
Yeah, he's done a nice job. There's been 2 really good pitches from Dutton that's got in on the hands that Keaton couldn't do anything with, and he was able to just fight him off and stay alive.
A lot of room in left center field. They've shaded Keaton to the opposite field where he does have significant power. It's where he hit his solo home run to get the scoring started. 4-0 Iowa in the 4th. The 1-2 to Anthony. Fouls it off himself again.
Yeah, even though the center fielder's shaded maybe to 12-15 or 12-30, there's still, if Keaton could drive one out into right center field, the right fielder is playing very close to the line for a right-handed hitter. So he's got plenty of space there going out towards the home run dugout and the bullpen bar there in right center.
3 consecutive singles have loaded the bases for the Hawks. 1-2 pitch to Anthony. Swing and a miss. 1 away.
That's just a good job from Dutton. I mean, Anthony had done a nice job on some of the pitches that weren't hittable, and then all of a sudden Dutton comes back with a 93-mile-an-hour fastball and just says, hey, if you can do it, more power to you. And that time Dutton was a little bit better than Keaton was.
Here's DeRiggi now looking for his first big moment as a Hawkeye. First pitch to him is a breaking ball in the dirt. Blocked nicely by the catcher, Neal. 1-0. DeRiggi stands in with 1 out, bases loaded. Iowa 4, LSU nothing in the top of the 4th.
Yeah, you really want to. I mean, obviously, with nobody out and the bases loaded, you got to try to get
This one's ripped into right and over the head of the right fielder. It burned him. 1 run is in. They're waving a second. Will they wave a third? No. But 2 runs score for the Hawkeyes as Mitchell, he comes across, and Seegers He scores. Tello's at third as Derigi burns the right fielder.
I think that ball was just right at him, and it's one of those line drives that maybe has just a touch of backspin on it. And so instead of dipping, it just carried a little bit because he was in position, and the next thing you knew, it wasn't even particularly close. It was 5-6 feet over his head, and all of a sudden gets to the wall. Tello couldn't score from first because he had to hold up.
Expected to be caught.
Yeah,
right?
It looked like it was going to be caught, but 2 more runs for the Hawks.
There's Derigi's moment as a Hawkeye, the 2 RBI double. Now the infield comes in. Iowa 6-0. Infield in, runners on second and third with 1 out. Huckstorf stands in.
And all those runs go to Cooper so far, I think.
Dutton comes set, the righty, out of the bullpen. Next pitch to Huckstorf. Popped up into center field. Is this deep enough? We'll have to see. The center fielder is camped under it, makes the catch. Here comes Tello, home from third. He'll score with no throw, and the Hawks have their 7th run of the day as Tello slides in. The throw went into second base. Sacrifice fly for Kyle Huckstorf.
That was actually, Derigi had the play right in front of him when he was going from second to third. Shortstop came in front of him and still was almost a little slow getting back to second, but second baseman hadn't chipped all the way in behind him. So we'll see if Petey can come through and give the Hawks 1 more.
How about this start through the first 4 innings for Iowa? 7-0 over the top-ranked team in the country. Here's Sam Peterson. First pitch to him. Nice fastball in the outside corner called strike. Derigi stands out there at second base.
Yeah, Cooper ends up 3 innings, 5 runs, 7 hits, struck out 5, walked 1. Hawks really did a number on a guy that had 5 1/3 no-hit innings in his first start.
Next pitch to Peterson inside, right around the knees.
Sam's not afraid to take a pitch. He took a couple off the helmet last year, and I'd rather take one off the kind of the thigh or somewhere around the knee than the head again.
1-1 on its way home. This is a called strike, low and outside. That's just a good pitch. You tip your cap right there. That's hard to do anything with that one. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Dutton is ready. The pitch. This is in the dirt, blocked away by the backstop. Nice job there from the LSU catcher. Peterson stays alive. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs. Hawks have put up a 3 spot on the LSU Tigers in the top of the 4th, leading 7-0. The Hawks have 10 hits today.
I'm not sure if you'd have said you're going to have 3 against Sam Houston and 10 in the 4th inning against LSU that you would have agreed to that.
2-2 pitch on its way home. Outside corner called third strike. And that'll do it for the top of the 4th inning. But the Hawks put up another big number. They pushed 3 across, courtesy of the 2 RBI double from Brennan Derigi, who torched the right fielder and zapped it over his head. Hawks 7, Tigers nothing. Bottom of the 4th coming up right after this. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Handling all of your exterior needs from roofing, siding, windows, and gutters, they've got you covered. Providing free damage inspections and help filing insurance claims. Call 319-343-6376.
Knowing that I can make a difference in my patients' lives keeps me motivated every single day. Hi, I'm Dr. Kanya Ferguson at University of Iowa Healthcare. With academic medicine, we see the toughest cases, so we're always innovating. And we bring the best minds together to collaborate, so there's more brain power focused on you. Because that leads to exceptional care for our patients and our community. See how at uihc.org.
Night and day difference for the Hawkeyes so far today. They lead top-ranked LSU 7-0 as we get to the bottom of the 4th inning. Iowa offensively, a totally different team. They've pushed across 7 runs on 10 hits, playing clean baseball out in the field as well. LSU, no runs, just 1 hit. They do have an error out in the field. It'll be the bottom third of the Tiger order coming to the box, with Neal leading things off. He stands in from the left side with a bit of an open stance as Brody Brecht is ready for the first pitch to him. Breaking ball called strike, and it's 0-1. All right, John, we're up 7-0, but if you're Brecht, you're maybe a little bit more comfortable with the run support, but boy, the quicker the innings, the better. 0-1 pitch. This is downstairs, 1-1.
You need to get back in the dugout.
Yeah.
This needs to be. Brody hasn't had anywhere near a clean inning. This has to be get into the dugout so that he can pitch a 5th inning and keep going.
1-1. Called strike. There it is, 96 miles an hour on the inner half of the plate. It's 1-2 to Neal now, who grounded out to Gable Mitchell at second base back in the second.
Yeah, he was able to make connections with that 100-mile-an-hour fastball. Let's see what he does here.
1-2. Tapped foul in the box. We'll do it again.
We were talking, speaking of Jekyll and Hyde, giving the Hawkeye basketball team a little credit as they score 23 points in the last 90 seconds, including the Peyton Sanford 3-pointer with just seconds to go to tie the game and get it to overtime.
Wild sequence at Carver Hawkeye Arena. I bet it's a madhouse right now. The Hawks are up 3 on Michigan State with 30 seconds to go, 108-105.
Well, we know not to count it over yet.
No kidding. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Neal.
There you go.
Ooh, just outside. Barely missed on a backdoor breaking ball. And the count's now full.
I'm not sure where that was.
Brody, ready for the next one? It's on its way. And this one misses way outside, ball 4. Boy, I thought we had him on the last pitch there, John.
Yeah, it must have been a little low because, we're not quite exactly behind home plate, but we're awfully close. Yeah. And it looked like it caught a lot of the plate on the backdoor slider part of it. So we'll give credit for low. And now again, just buckle up, get out of the jam here, and don't give him any hope.
Here's Thompson. Fastball missing outside from Brecht. Where's Brody at pitch count-wise? At 75. 75, not quite through 4 innings. So Brody needs one of those good innings. How about a ground ball here? Get 2 birds with 1 stone. Check swing, gets away from Tallman, and they're going to advance the runner. I don't think he went around either. It's 2-0, I believe.
That one's going to be a pass ball. That one, Ben's got to come up with that one. I don't know whether the check swing got him confused or what it was, or maybe he just got crossed up, but he's got to come up with that one and keep it in front of him.
Practice missing the zone here in the 4th. Down in the count, 2-0 to Jordan Thompson, the 8-hitter for LSU. Next pitch on its way. Swing and a miss. There you go. Get back on track.
Boy, it's 7-0. You're ahead in the count 2-0, and you take a half-hearted swing.
I get what you're saying, John. If you're on the LSU side, probably not too thrilled about that attempt there. The 2-1 from Brecht. Swing and a miss again.
So this is, it feels like we've said this every inning because we've kind of created our own traffic and trouble. But, bear down here, you're probably going to max out at 80 or so pitches here on your second start. Yeah. So, get through this inning so that the bullpen.
2-2's hit on the ground to Tello at third. He's got it. The throw across is in time. They'll throw it over to second now to try to catch the sleeping runner there, but not in time over there at second. But Thompson goes down, put out from Tello. 5-3, 1 away in the bottom of the 4th.
So you can try to get through to get your bullpen a clean inning. And the Hawkeyes have tons and tons of confidence in Simpson, and so get Brody here. Go to Simpson, hopefully get 3 or 4 out of him, and then go slam the door with Will Christofferson if you need to.
Runner on second with 1 out for LSU. First pitch is low and a little bit outside.
I'll buy low that time.
All right, 1-0. Nipple is the batter. He walked in the second. Hawks up 7-0 on the Bengals of the Bayou. This pitch is inside, 2-0. Yeah, you'd just really like to see Brody get through like 5. But it's going to take a little bit of a turnaround here just in terms of pitch count. He's pitched a fine game, but the pitch count, missing the zone, is hurting him just a touch here in terms of lasting for a long time in this game. 2-0 pitch on its way home, outside 3-0.
Yeah, your best case scenario right now is you're going to get Brody through 4 because you're not going to have him throw 100 pitches in his second start of the year. Well, in his third start of his career.
Yeah.
So you're not going to get that deep. So try to get through this inning. Try to give Jerry a clean inning when he comes in and go from there.
3 balls, no strikes. This one is an inside strike called in the inner portion of the plate. Another thing to note when it comes to LSU, they do a lot of their damage in the 5th and 6th inning. Those 2 innings of their 49 total runs, they've put up 23 of them in the 5th and the 6th. So they're good there. It's 3-2 now as Brecht pounds the outside of the zone. Nipple had kind of hot-shotted his bat over there towards the LSU dugout, and he's going to have the on-deck man come bring it back to him because he's not walked yet. 3 balls and 2 strikes.
I joked about this a lot last year. If you're a hitter and you do that, you better be ready to swing at this pitch.
Because anything close is going to ring you up.
You're going to get punched out if this ball is anywhere near the strike zone.
Brecht ready with the 3-2. Here it comes. Foul to the left side into the net. We'll do it again.
Hawkeye basketball did it. 112 to 106.
How about that? My goodness.
How about 112?
112. Oh, Hawks win it in Carver. Trying to ride that momentum here. 3 balls, 2 strikes. The pitch from Brecht. Just inside, ball 4.
I guess I was wrong.
Coach McGrath not pleased as he pops up out of the dugout. I think he's going to come have a chat with Brody Brecht on the mound. Boy, that was close on that inside corner, but we just didn't get it. And now the Tigers have runners on first and second with 1 away in the bottom of the 4th. Iowa's still out in front, 7-0.
I know Brody has 7 walks, and that's a lousy number. You're not going to sugarcoat that part at all. But the one thing that I'm going to say that's considerably different than what you saw last year was last year when Brody had 7 walks, Brody had balls bouncing in the dirt. Brody had balls headed to the backstop. I mean, gosh, he struck out the guy that's standing on second base, and he struck out the guy that's standing on first base on a different day with maybe a slightly different umpire.
Sure.
Those pitches are razor's edge
right there
that he's just not getting right now, and that's okay. I mean, obviously you need that extra inch, but the difference is still so dramatic in what you're seeing in his delivery, in his pitch deviation. You know, it's just so much better right now.
And when you think of it that way, too, we're in a little bit of trouble in the bottom of the 4th here, but we're a ground ball away from getting out of this inning. First pitch from Brecht with the music still playing loudly in the background. Got to turn that off. Are they going to call that a pitch or not? First pitch is outside. They'll call it a ball. 1-0. Runners on first and second with 1 away in the Tiger half of the 4th. Iowa 7-0. Next pitch from Brecht is high.
Yeah, that's
I suppose.
Again, that's a pitch he's going to get at the next level. That's a belt high. That's a belt high breaking ball that he's just not going to get here.
Dugas is the batter. He's 0 for 1 today with a strikeout and a walk. 2-0 pitch on its way home. Inside, 3-0. Got to find a way to get out of this inning and turn things over to the bullpen.
Yeah, Simpson came in with second and third last week. He may come in with a whole bevy of runners today.
3-0 pitch on its way home. Outside, ball 4. Letting LSU hang around even though the Hawks are up by 7. And here comes Coach Heller out of the Hawkeye dugout. Got to make a change here as Brody has walked 3 batters in the inning. The bases are loaded for the Tigers with 1 out. Iowa leading 7-0. Pitch count got a little bit too high for Brody. He's walked 8 batters today. And the Hawks will go to the bullpen. We'll take a pitching change break. When we come back, we'll give you the details on the new Hawkeye pitcher coming up right after this. Iowa 7-0, a pitching change break from Round Rock, Texas. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. kids 12 and under can enjoy one free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now kids can eat free.
You probably know that a natural gas leak smells like rotten eggs, but what does a gas leak look or sound like? If you hear a whooshing or hissing sound, see dirt, dust, or water spraying from an area, or you get dizzy or queasy, leave the area immediately, then call 1-800-595-5325 once you're safely away. See MidAmericanEnergy.com for more safety tips.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
John Evans and John Leo back at Dell Diamond in the bottom of the fourth inning. Iowa leading number 1 ranked LSU 7-0. A call to the bullpen with the bases loaded and 1 out. Brody Brecht exits the game. New Hawkeye pitcher is Jared Simpson.
So before we get to that, though, I've poked a little bit of fun today of the LSU fans and their dislike of the strike zone, but clearly they know baseball, because as Brody Brecht left the field there, he got a standing ovation. So they recognize arm talent when they see it and how good Brody is. But so now we turn to Jerry Simpson. Jared pitched a great game. Came in the Indiana State game last week, so it didn't factor in the decision, but came in runners on second and third there in the fifth inning. So he had to kind of help Ty Langenberg out of a little bit of a bind. Ended up throwing 4 innings, giving up just 1 hit, walked 2, but struck out 7. And he's another one of those guys that kind of had a light switch moment last summer. And then talking to Coach McGrath before the game, they tweaked his off-speed repertoire a little bit. How many pitches, how he threw them, and all of a sudden, the confidence just kind of ballooned up. And talking to him on the bus ride to Chicago, you could just feel it. He wants the ball. He knows he can go get outs, and obviously, big spot here against the left-handed hitter. But come in, get an out here. Bases loaded. We've got 1 out here in the fourth inning, and see if he can finish up. We've got a little delay. They're trying to figure out how to get Brody off here. They interviewed Brody when he came off.
Where's he headed? He's coming back into the field of play behind home plate, headed towards the LSU side of the field.
Well, I think they're trying.
Interesting.
The shortest way to the clubhouse, and so that he doesn't have to walk on the concourse amongst the fans, is out of the left field, past the left field fence there. So,
all right, that's interesting.
The interview process over in the first base dugout delayed him getting down to the clubhouse.
You ever seen an interview mid-game on a pitcher that just got taken out of a game like that? I don't know if I've seen that. Maybe you have.
No, but again, D1 baseball does a nice job with the production here, and obviously Iowa baseball is looking for any extra publicity. Getting Brody out there and getting the eyeballs is a good thing.
First pitch to Jobert, missing high from Simpson as LSU feels like they're back in this game a little bit. Bases loaded with 1 out. Iowa leading 7-0 in the bottom of the fourth. Simpson's got to pump strikes and hope for a ground ball to get us out of here. Next pitch from Simpson, called strike. A bender that started at the front hip of Jobert, and then came right into the heart of the plate, 1-1.
And Jared's not a completely unique lefty, but a little different. He's got good power. He can get it up into the 93, 94.
1-1. Fastball, called strike on the outside corner. There it is right there at 93. You called it, John.
There was 93, and then again, he's got a whole pocket full of off-speed stuff. So, again, now good hitters or good pitchers count here. Wouldn't be sad to see Jobert roll one at Mitchell and flip a double play here.
1-2 pitch on its way home. Outside, ball 2.
Yeah, it's kind of like the first inning. You get that 3 spot in the fourth here. You don't really want to give LSU anything back. Give them any reason to get fired up or stay engaged.
Big pitch coming right here from Simpson. 2-2, feels it, deals it, fouls it back to the screen. Just barely got a piece of that one.
Thought he had him.
Joe Bear singled in the first, bounced out to Seegers at short in the second. We could use another one of those.
I'd take that one.
Yep, 2 balls, 2 strikes with 1 out. Bases loaded for the Tigers in the bottom of the 4th. Simpson ready in the pitch. Called third strike. He rung him up. Down he goes.
All right, so again, for every Hawkeye hitter that's maybe critiqued, whether that's inside or outside, Simpson got a little bit of a wiggle there on the outside half. So good punch out. Now go ahead and get one more here.
Find a way to get this last out of the 4th inning. Iowa 7, LSU yet to touch the scoreboard. But the base is loaded with 2 outs, and here's Cruz, who's walked twice today.
It's not been for lack of traffic on their part.
First pitch is right down the heart of the plate, called strike. 0-1. Simpson's got 1 more out to get here in the Tiger half of the 4th.
I mean, you're 1 swing away from being a very exciting game, or you're 1 batter away from keeping your touchdown lead.
0-1 pitch on its way. Ooh, just missed inside, maybe a bit high too. 1-1.
Again, Cruz, preseason All-American. I mean, this is a big spot, and this is a character spot for Simpson here.
Ready with the 1-1. He's at the belt and the pitch. Called strike on the inside corner, 1-2, as he throws 92 right by him.
All right, which off speed are you going with here, Simps?
Bases loaded and 2 outs, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Simpson's got the sign. Here's the pitch. On the ground to the third base side and through. Into the outfield for a base hit. 1 run is home. Second one is on its way and also in. The Tigers are on the board with a 2-strike, 2 out, 2 RBI single from Dylan Cruz. Got it past a diving Raider Tello at third.
Well, the Hawks haven't been able to catch any breaks on ground balls at Tello. They've just, sometimes you get your scouting report and every ball is kind of right at you. Well, they've had 3 balls this weekend, 2 last night, and now that one that have just been just a half a shade off to the side of Tello where, it would take a really good play, but just hasn't been in quite that right spot to get it. So both of those runs will go to Brody right now.
Limit the damage here. Iowa 7-2 now. Runners on first and second with 2 outs. Here's Jones. First pitch to him is a called strike on the outer half of the plate. 0-1. Simpson getting ahead early.
Well, let's be real. There was no reality that you thought you were going to win this game 7-0 or 10-0.
Right.
So you knew LSU was going to punch you back. So now how do you respond?
Limit the damage. That's a good way to start it. Just 2 hits for LSU. Next pitch from Simpson, scoots inside on Jones. Jones stands in there. Looks like he's got a closed stance, sort of angled towards right field.
Brody, the 1 hit Brody gave up was an infield single. And obviously that ball got into left field, but another ground ball single. Hawks pitchers have done a nice job.
1-1, tapped foul towards the LSU dugout over there to the left, 1-2. Yeah, you're right. They've forced ground balls. Nothing too serious when it comes to elevating, but I guess that was when Brecht was in the game for the most part, right?
Right, and Jared's got the same type of. Well, I shouldn't say that. He has the same type of ability to keep the ball down and keep it off of, make it really difficult for LSU to lift it.
1-2, check swing. He went around. Yes, sir. And the Hawks are out of the inning. On a strikeout from Simpson. So LSU, okay, they get a couple of runs. Iowa gives up 2 in the bottom of the 4th, still holding a 5-run lead. It's Iowa 7, LSU 2. We're headed to the 5th right after this. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Woo! Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy one free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now kids can eat free.
Welcome back to the Round Rock Classic at Dell Diamond down here in Texas. Iowa and LSU doing battle. The Hawkeyes lead the Tigers 7-2 as we get to the top of the 5th inning. New pitcher for LSU is Will Helmers. Will Helmers is a right-handed pitcher, 6'4", 215 pounds. He'll come in for the Tigers.
Another big righty, a little bit of a closed stance as he delivers here. Looks like he's going to throw from the stretch. Upper 80s, maybe going to get into the low 90s.
Yeah, it looks like his first appearance of the year as well, based on our notes.
Yeah, really just a two-pitch guy. He's going to throw that fastball. He's going to have a breaking ball that comes kind of right around 80. Had 7 appearances last year. ERA was up over 11. So again, another one of those times Hawkeyes will have a chance if they're paying attention.
And so Iowa is going to counter with a couple of changes as Sam Honar is in, pinch hitting for Ben Tallman here in the top of the 5th inning, where Iowa leads LSU 7-2. And so Honar will kick things off, watching the first pitch miss low and outside, 1-0. Helmers from the right side out of the windup, and the 1-0 on its way home is downstairs, 2-0.
I didn't see the official, but Brody may have been asked to leave the dugout, was why he ended up wandering that way.
Honar lines this into left, and it hangs up there in the Texas sky, and he's retired on the fly out to left.
Which, and the funny part of it is the Brody Brecht that I've come to know here in the last year and a half is very quiet, very soft-spoken, but he's got that, as the coaches probably from both baseball and football tell you, he's got a little bit of a dog in him, and
yeah.
He may have made some mention to one of the umpires about a strike zone.
Yeah, not sure what transpired there with Brecht, but he got taking a lap around the diamond as Frazier is in now. Counts 1-1. He watches a couple of pitches go by. Iowa up by 5 on LSU in the top of the 5th. Game moving at a different pace than last night. Frazier takes this one 1-2 down in the count.
Yeah, Frazier's had a good start to the season. The first two games he played last weekend were really good. Struggled a little bit here. Again, he's been one of those two that maybe hasn't exactly with the umpire's strike zone. But again, you've just got to adjust. These are College World Series umpires, so.
2-2 is tapped foul. Braden stays alive. Braden was on SportsCenter's top 10 last night with his diving catch out in right field. Was the 8th best play according to ESPN SportsCenter's top 10 plays. 2-2 way inside. Frazier will stand in. Counts now full. So credit Braden for that diving catch he made in the 2nd inning out and right. 3 balls and 2 strikes to Frazier. Fouled back towards us, and just to our left. Boy, it's a little bit hazardous here. If that ball gets up above the net and bounces off the press box, it goes right back down into the fans. And if you're not paying attention, looking up, it'll come back and get you. 3-2 on its way home. Braden stays alive, fouling this one back to the top cord of the net.
Another thing I'll give the LSU fans credit for, they are pros. They know what happens because the balls that have bounced off the billboards, they're ready for them.
They'll turn around.
Last night we saw some people not paying attention.
3-2, swing and a miss. Frazier pulled his head a bit on that one and just missed it.
But tonight, these LSU fans they've been in charge when those balls come ricocheting back down.
All right, here comes Gable Mitchell. Mitchell is 1 for 2 today with a strikeout and a single. He's also got a run scored. Watches the first pitch zip by for a called strike on the outside corner. LSU pitcher is moving quickly now. He throws it in there, but the umpire from behind home plate was not set. And so it'll be a no pitch, as Mitchell wasn't really even in the box and ready to hit. Now we're ready. Mitchell takes this one high and away.
Well, interesting on the, you've got the pitch clock, and that does go on to the hitter, too, that he's got to be in there and ready to go.
Mm-hmm. Helmer's moving with much different pace. His count's now 2-2 with 2 away. Bases empty in the top of the 5th. Iowa up on LSU 7-2.
Finishing up Brody Breck, 3 1/3 innings, gave up a hit, 2 runs. Unfortunately, walked 8, struck out 6, had a couple wild pitches.
Yeah. That's how Brody's day will end. Turn things over to Jared Simpson, who's doing a nice job. Next pitch on its way to Mitchell. He skies this one into deep center, but the center fielder will look up and make the catch as he floats to his right towards left center field. Mitchell is retired. The Hawks go down 1-2-3 in the top of the 5th. LSU coming to the plate in the bottom half of the inning with the Hawks on top 7-2. We're back right after this. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At U.S. Cellular, we think phones are great, but they're not always great for us. Because while they connect us to so much, they can also distract us from, well, us. The us that actually laughs out loud with each other instead of just texting it. That knows being in the same room doesn't always mean being together. So let's find us again by putting our phones down. Not forever, just for 5. 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. Join U.S. Cellular in the Phones Down for 5 challenge. Find out more at uscellular.com/findus.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. The Hotel Kirkwood, named the Corridor Business Journal's 2022 Best Banquet and Event Venue. And awarded the AAA 4 Diamond Award for lodging. To make reservations, visit thehotelatkirkwood.com or call 877-751-5111 for more information.
John Evans, John Leo, excited to bring you Iowa Hawkeye baseball this afternoon from Round Rock, Texas. Iowa leading LSU 7-2, bottom of the 5th inning, and the Tigers will send 5, 6, 7 to the plate. Due up Pearson, White, and Neal to face Jared Simpson. Cade Moss is into the game for the Hawks, behind the plate doing the catching now as he'll replace Ben Tallman. Don't see any other changes out there defensively for the black and gold.
Jumping back to the Iowa basketball a little bit, the impressiveness of the comeback. Iowa was down 11 with 55 seconds left, and they're just the 4th team ever to win a game down 11 plus in less than a minute remaining in the game.
Incredible. Incredible effort by the Hawkeye men today to come back and beat Michigan State in overtime. Pinch hitter in for LSU right here is Cade Beloso. Watches the first pitch, miss inside, 1-0. Beloso has appeared in 2 games this season. He's 1 for 2. Left-handed batter for the Tigers. Simpson ready with the 1-0. It's on its way home. This is a called strike on the outside corner, 1-1. Well, we had a comeback for the men's basketball team. We don't want to come back here, though, John. We've got a nice lead, 7-2 over LSU. Keep the foot on the gas, though. We're not done yet. Bottom of the 5th inning. Count's actually 0-2 as the first pitch was a called strike. So it's 0-2 now on Beloso from Simpson. Skied in the air, left center and shallow. Left fielder Peterson coming forward, looking up into the sky, and he'll make the catch. First out of the inning.
Hawkeye Baseball is brought to you by Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge, a luxury hotel and spa, 5 restaurants and more, just minutes south of Iowa City.
1 away in the 5th for LSU. You know, I was noticing the clouds have started to come back into play a little bit, and you wonder, boy, in the daytime clouds can get hard with the baseball getting lost up in there too, so something maybe to keep track of for the outfielders the rest of the way.
Well, Iowa doesn't have a lot of outside experience this season.
Right. There's designated hitter Tommy White. First pitch skips low and outside 1-0. Spent a lot of time either in the Florida sun or inside in the football practice facility, right?
Yeah, try tracking a ball in there.
Yeah. 1-0, swing and a miss. Big hack there from White, but good job by Simpson to get it by him, 1-1.
That's the first cut we've seen of the guy that led the NCAA in home runs last year. What a rip that was.
Stands in with a glove on his left hand, his bottom hand, no glove on the top hand. This one popped up right side, shallow. Moving forward is the right fielder, Frazier. Second baseman goes back. Frazier near the line. He makes the catch. Out number 2. Good job to get him, as you were mentioning. A lot of power for Tommy White, and to get him to harmlessly fly out to the right fielder, that's a good thing. 2 away here for LSU in the bottom of the 5th.
And again, he's not 100% healthy. You get him into May, and he's going to be a force in the middle of that lineup.
7-hitter Brady Neal is in now. Taps one to the right side. DeRiggi has got it, but they say that he fouled it off his foot, and so it'll bring Neal back. He'll stand in there. Count will be 0-1. Well, the Hawks went down 1-2-3 in the top of the 5th. And defensively, and from the pitcher's mound, we're looking for a 1-2-3 inning of our own, which would be the first time today.
Well, after last night when the Hawks had 15 straight sat down by Atkinson, to have the first inning in the 5th to be the one you went quietly is a pretty good start.
Right. 1 ball and a strike now to Neal as this pitch from Simpson scoots outside. Next one on its way home, outside corner, called strike. Neal didn't like it. Neal's the catcher for LSU, so he's extremely familiar with the strike zone.
So he should know that one is a strike.
Yeah.
Today.
He was a bit surprised it was called, but you're right, John. He should have expected that one. 1 ball, 2 strikes with 2 outs. Bases empty in the bottom of the 5th. This one just outside. Ooh, 2-2.
That pitch was more over the plate than the one before was.
Home plate umpire John Brammer didn't want to ring him up. So it's 2-2 now. Hopefully this new life for the LSU batter doesn't come back to sting the Hawks. Simpson is ready. And here comes the 2-2. High and tight, 3-2. Now you just got to reset and throw 1 pitch here. 1 pitch for a strike. Let's get out of this 5th inning without any damage. Iowa 7, LSU 2 in the bottom of the 5th. Simpson peeks in for the sign. He's got it from Moss. Feels it and deals it. Fouling out a play to the left side. We'll do it again at 3-2.
Yeah, the Iowa coaching staff talked about, execute your stuff with Neal. He's of this lineup, doesn't have a ton of power, so he's really just trying to kind of put it in play, contact-oriented, especially here now with 2 strikes. So he does a good job fouling pitches off. See if you can get one past him.
Check swing on the pitch that's outside. They'll send it down for the appeal. Did not go around, and so not a 1-2-3 inning for the Hawks as Neal draws his 2nd walk of the game.
And it was what hurt Iowa last inning, getting kind of half-joked about Brody got 2 of those base runners out on strikes. The umpire just didn't agree. Now you got to go ahead. Don't let anything build here. Just battle back right now. Go after Thompson and set him down.
This is the 8-hitter who's 0 for 1 this afternoon. Simpson ready with the first pitch to him, and it hit him. So now back-to-back hitters are on, and Thompson looks to his dugout and fires up the LSU side of things. New life for the Tigers in the 5th. Hawks are still up by 5, but we just haven't had a clean inning yet. Defensively, it's been clean, but we've given up walks and hitting batters and haven't had that clean inning quite yet, and we'd love to see one.
Yeah, and I know Iowa's ahead right now and things look pretty positive, but you're you're generally not going to beat the number one team by giving them a bunch of stuff.
Right.
And so
they're good enough as it is, right?
Yeah, they don't tend to need a lot of help. So right now you just need Jared to buckle in, find his confidence back. That was one of those kind of unfortunate pitches. He kind of pulled a breaking ball just a little bit, and the way that baseball's played right now, the hitters don't make a ton of effort to get out of the way, especially if they can take one kind of in the shoe top. And he's down at first base now. So lefty on lefty here. You got the 9-hitter. Go get him.
Bottom of the order, Ben Nipple. He's walked twice this afternoon. First pitch from Simpson. Downstairs, ball 1. Some loosening in the bullpen. Just a couple of Hawks are up. Nobody's really throwing yet. They're stretching out their arms, though. We see Henderson and Volker down there. 1 ball, no strikes, 2 outs. Runners on first and second for LSU in the bottom of the 5th. The Hawks lead 7-2. Next one on its way. This one floats in high. 2-0.
That was just a good pitch. Not sure. Well, and that's what happens when you start missing, though. Now all of a sudden you're not going to get those edges anymore. You gotta throw strikes to get edges.
2-0 pitch. Line sharply foul over the LSU dugout, 2-1. Good challenge there by Simpson.
It's funny for a team that's not afraid to, and I guess they're looking for their hitters counts and they're looking for their pitches. But for a team that's not afraid to walk, a 9-hitter swinging at a 2-0 pitch is a little surprising to me.
2-1 on its way home. Called strike on the outside corner. There it is. Got the nod on that one, and Simpson's battled back to make it 2-2.
Yeah, finish up this inning right here. Let the bats have after it again and see what happens.
It'll be the top of the order for the Hawks in the 6th. 2-2, line drive up the middle. Seegers dives, makes the play, throw to first, is in time. They got him.
What a play.
Yes, sir. A diving play by Seegers behind the bag, the defensive specialist. And he whipped it over to DeRiggi, who fielded on the hop. How about that?
I was thinking, hey, at least he's going to save a run. And instead, he pops up, fires it across, get a good one hop. DeRiggi picks the short hop up and punches him out, and Hawks are out of a jam.
All right, we head to the 6th inning off of that excellent defensive effort. It's Iowa 7, LSU 2. Back right after this, you're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through Life Care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
Top of the order coming up for the Hawkeyes. It'll be Seegers, Tello, and Anthony in the top of the 6th inning, with Iowa leading top-ranked LSU 7-2. We owe our stations an ID break. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. Seegers will lead things off in the Hawkeye 6th. He finished the 5th with an outstanding diving play to save a run or to end the inning, which was the biggest goal for the Hawks.
Yeah, both.
Yeah. 1-0 is the count to Seegers. Taps this one foul to the left side, 1-1. Yeah, you mentioned it. We thought, well, his diving play at least save a run, but for him to not give up on it, not just close the play, he popped right up and threw it over there to make that play. 1-1 to Seegers. Pops this one up into shallow center. Center fielder Cruz sprints forward. He'll make the catch for the first out of the inning.
Yeah, you don't really want to see, and I know you get into the bullpen, so maybe your scouting reports aren't quite as good, but you don't really want to see the Hawk bats now deviate from that approach of hitting solid line drives. It's make outs fine, but just little routine fly balls that really aren't putting any more pressure on LSU. You gotta kind of push something back at them now. They're the ones that are really all gas right now.
Raider Tello connects on this one to right field. It's hanging up there towards the line. Hopefully it gets out of play, foul, but
it got foul, but it's got caught.
It was caught. Yeah, we can't really see it down there, but he caught it there and right. I kind of paid attention to the umpire to see, and he put up his fist. So a quick inning so far with Tello's fly out to right. 2 away, and here comes Keaton Anthony.
Keaton Anthony will not swing at the first pitch.
Yeah, I think you need to take one here, and this one is a ball, so good thing he didn't swing at that one.
Well, my guess is Keaton Anthony will not swing at this pitch.
Well, he check swings at it and fouls it off to the right side, so the count's even at 1-1. Top of the 6th inning, Iowa 7, LSU 2.
Yeah, let's go with he didn't mean to.
He didn't mean to. 1-1, swing and a miss at that one, 1-2.
Yeah, I didn't really get a chance. We peeked down in the Hawkeye dugout. Jared Simpson gave Seegers a nice little bro hug there.
Yeah. 1-2, line to the shortstop. Nice play by the shortstop. A spinning throw over to first is in time. Great play by Thompson on the one hop as he moved to his left, gloved it, spun, and then threw it over to first to retire Anthony. The Hawks go down 1-2-3. We'll need a great defensive effort here in the bottom of the 6th to hold the Tigers down. Iowa 7, LSU 2. We're back right after this. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
After a cancer diagnosis, it's natural to want to start treatment right away. But first, get a second opinion from a team that specializes in your cancer. I'm Dr. George Weiner, Director of University of Iowa Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center. Before you start treatment, you deserve to be confident you have the right diagnosis and know every option available to you. So whether it's with us or somewhere else, get a second opinion. It can change your care and your life.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel, the Jill Armstrong Team, Wisconsin Realty, the area's premier realtor, and Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Jill Armstrong and her team strive to make every buyer and seller at ease with the real estate process. Contact the Jill Armstrong Team, Wisconsin Realty, for all of your real estate needs. Call 319-631-5455.
Welcome back to Dell Diamond in Round Rock, Texas at the Round Rock Classic. Iowa leading LSU 7-2 as we get to the bottom of the 6th inning.
Hey, Hawk fans, experience your home away from home at Coralville's finest all-suite hotels. Homewood Suites and Home to Suites by Hilton each offer guests spacious suites, complimentary breakfast, 24-hour fitness center, pool, hot tub, guest laundry, and convenient locations. Let their warm and friendly staff take care of you and your family when you visit Hawkeye Country.
All right, top of the order for the Tigers. Gavin Dugas comes in. He's walked twice today, struck out in the second. Jared Simpson remains on the rubber for Iowa. First pitch from Simpson to Dugas is a breaking ball that missed somewhere. Must have been high, 1-0.
Ooh.
So Iowa offensively has been set down 1-2-3 the last 2 innings. 1-0 pitch, called strike on the inner half of the plate, 1-1. Defensively, however, the Hawks have not been able to get a 1-2-3 inning. One here would be nice, get us into that 7th inning with Iowa on top 7-2. Ready with the 1-1, it's on its way home. Skips low and inside as well, 2-1.
I just need to. He just grips those a little bit. You just need him to relax and just sling it and trust it.
2-1, ripped foul down the left field line. 2-2.
trust it, and he's going to kill his third base coach.
Yeah. Get the first out of the inning would be crucial in the 6th. Simpson is ready with the 2-2. Here it comes. Fouled back to the net. We'll do it again.
Yeah, Simpson's done a nice job. It's just, again, a little bit of control issue, a little bleeding single there at driving a couple when he came in relief, but
2-2 is upstairs. Counts now full.
Just not quite as sharp as he wants to be.
Yeah, that's the word I was thinking of too, John. The sharpness from the pitching staff today, not there. They've been good enough to this point. You'd like to just have one of those clean, sharp innings. 3-2 on its way home. Swing and a miss. He got him. Foul tip into the glove of Moss. One away in the 6th.
Well, the what you like to see, obviously there's one real big negative that you don't like to see, but what you do like to see is when LSU's put runners on base, the Iowa pitching staff hasn't caved in.
Yeah.
They've still really they've bowed up, and they've really still continued to attack hitters and go after them, and again, for as much traffic as they put on, been able to limit the damage.
Jobert is the hitter. Nice first pitch from Simpson. Bends in there for a strike, 0-1. To your point, John, I think you credit the mentality that this team has top to bottom. Pitching staff, batters, defensively. You hear Coach McGrath on the pitching side of things talk about the mental side of the game. Coach Heller talks about it. We hear it in scout. We hear it in team meetings, things along those lines. So the fact that because baseball is such a mental game, you have to be mentally tough, right?
What? Yeah, you mentioned it yesterday. Sam Houston had a little bit of a chip on their shoulder. Well, that chip on the shoulder is in the Iowa dugout today because nobody thinks Iowa can beat LSU.
Right.
And so you got to play with that controlled anger almost.
No balls and 2 strikes to Jobert as he watches this one go by at the letters. Yeah, the roles are reversed today.
Yeah, this doesn't make yesterday disappear, but it was a character test,
Mm-hmm.
and so far, even when things haven't gone well, the Hawkeyes have been able to pass that character test.
1 ball and 2 strikes to Jobert. This one is fouled off into the glove again. Another strikeout for Simpson. 2 away in the Tiger 6th. So back-to-back strikeouts for Simpson to start the 6th. Let's see if he can.
Don't you say it.
Oh, don't want to say it.
Don't say it.
Dylan Cruz will come up with 2 away, bases empty. First pitch from Simpson on the ground to third, Pastello.
See, you thought it. You even thought it there. You threw it out there.
The thought crossed my mind. The inning stays alive for LSU. I'd be surprised if they called that a hit, to be honest. But it did take a funky hop off the cut of the grass, and it went under Tello's glove over there at third. It'd be interesting to see how they score it. And they do give it an error for Tello, so an E5 gets Cruz on base.
We're in SEC country. I'm surprised they didn't give him a hit.
Yeah. Jared Jones comes up now. He's 0 for 3 today with 3 strikeouts. First pitch from Simpson is outside. Iowa 7, LSU 2 in the bottom of the 6th. 2 away, runner on first. Infield leaving a lot of room on the right side, even though Jones has that closed stance. 1-0 pitch, swing and a miss.
Yeah, Jones hit a rocket last night or yesterday afternoon out to right center field at Dell Technologies sign, and Hawkeyes don't seem to be worried about that direction of hit here from him today.
Simpson comes set. The runner over there on first. Short lead. 1-1 on its way home. Fouled to the right side. Up and out of play. Out of the stadium. 1-2.
Yeah, that one had parking lot written on it. You still had LSU fans turned around ready.
Yeah.
I mean, they're a well-schooled bunch when it comes to baseball and baseball stadium intricacies.
Yeah. Counts 1-2 to Jones, who's choked up significantly on his bat now. The 1-2, here it comes. High and outside, 2-2. That's all right. Maybe a good place to miss there to see if Jones was antsy with protecting that outer portion of the plate. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs. Big pitch coming here from Simpson.
So you go high and away with the fastball. Now you look to see if he can spin something, change his eye level down low inside.
See if you called it, John. Here we go. Pitch from Simpson. This one's high, 3-2. Now he might go to that pitch.
Yeah, he actually went back to the same pitch, and unfortunately for him, it was almost exactly the same thing. So runner will be moving here now with the full count.
Three balls and 2 strikes with 2 away in the 6th. The pitch. Called third strike. Yes, sir. Great pitch from Simpson, the 2-seamer, the fastball. Got him on the outside corner.
I love the hitter's angry. The coach is standing at the top step going, what did you want? That's a good pitch. With 2 strikes, you can't be, I'm not sure why you'd want to look at that pitch with 2 strikes.
Simpson gets all 3 outs of the inning on his own. 3 strikeouts for Jerry. How about that? And we head to the 7th. Iowa 7, LSU 2. Got to finish the deal here in the later innings. We'll be back right after this. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy 1 free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now kids can eat free.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Handling all of your exterior needs from roofing, siding, windows, and gutters. They've got you covered. Providing free damage inspections and help filing insurance claims. Call 319-343-6376.
Exciting weekend of Hawkeye athletics. We've got Iowa baseball down here in Round Rock, Texas. The Hawks leading top-ranked nationally LSU 7-2 as we get into the top of the 7th. Brennan DeRiggi is the first Hawkeye batter into the box. He watches the first pitch go by. We've talked about Iowa men's basketball's exciting comeback win as DeRiggi sends this one deep to left, carrying well into the corner, and it is a fair ball down into the corner. DeRiggi rounds first. He's there with a stand-up double to begin the 7th inning. Good job, Brennan DeRiggi.
Yeah, it's a left-hander going the opposite way. Sliced it just inside the left field foul pole, and right now, Hawkeye bats have been quiet. That's the first, this guy sat down 6 in a row, so nice to get back on board, and, it would be nice to try to steal some of that momentum back.
Yeah, that's actually the first Hawkeye hit since the 4th when DeRiggi himself hit that 2 RBI double over the right fielder. So Brennan keeps his nice day going. He is 2 for 3 now. Here comes Huckstorf. Iowa trying to add to their lead in the top of the 7th, up on LSU 7-2. The Hawks have got 11 hits today.
Wouldn't be completely surprising. Well, I was going to say to maybe see a little small ball here and try to get a runner on third with less than 2 out, and a guy that's as good as bunting as Huck is.
He swings and misses at the first pitch, but LSU defensively, they seem like they're in a similar mindset. They've got their corners playing in here. Next pitch to Huck, he takes it for a called strike. So he chased the first pitch and then takes that one down the heart of the plate. 0-2 now. Come on, Huck. Runner out there for you.
They don't play baseball quite the same way, but you'd like to see him at least move him over.
Yep. 0-2 pitch to Huckstorf. Swing and a miss. Down on strikes. Kyle's just fooled that entire at-bat.
Yeah, you really just hate completely unproductive outs, and I'm not sure there's anything anything that screams that more than a 3-pitch strikeout.
Well, now Peterson will come in. And like we've mentioned a couple times on the broadcast today, he and Huckstorf, when one goes, so does the other. Well, Peterson tried to break that trend today. Don't want to leave DeRiggi out there at second. 1 away in the Hawkeyes 7th. First pitch to Petey, takes it for a strike. 0-1.
Helmers has been just really, really good, pounding the strike zone. Again, Hawkeyes have to kind of get that aggressive approach back that they had to begin the game.
0-1 pitch, check swing. Good job there by Sam to lay off that one low and away. Yeah, Helmers works quickly, right? He's delivering the pitches at a rapid pace. Not necessarily overwhelming with his velocity, but doesn't take too long. He's got what he likes for the 1-1. Here it comes to Peterson. This one skips low. DeRiggi thought about taking off for third, but a good block by the catcher, Neal, to prevent that from happening.
I mean, his fastball, it's good in the low 90s there. That one was 91, just maybe overthrew it a touch. But, you know, he gets it up there good and quick and mixes his pitches well.
2-1 to Peterson. Good job there by Sam to lay off that one. He wanted it. It was a breaking ball low and outside. He didn't go after it.
I'm sorry, I'm mesmerized by the fan that has 6 pizzas down there.
Where do you see that at?
Right over here. 6 pizzas she came down with. Here's the 2-3-1 pitch.
And Peterson chased that one, fouled it off himself in the box.
Sorry, I had to take the play-by-play for a second. I distracted him with pizzas.
I still don't have a visual of it, but that's all right. That's probably a good thing.
That whole row right there now has pizzas.
I'll see it one of these times, John.
We didn't get fed the same way today, so I can see why you might be hungry.
Yeah. 3 balls and 2 strikes to Peterson with a runner on second and 1 out. Here it comes. Swing and fouled off.
All right. Still missing him.
Still missing it. Full count.
Come on, Petey, drive in a run.
A lot of room in left center for Sam. Here's the pitch. Ooh. Crushed down the left field line, but well foul. We'll do it again at 3-2.
He got a good head start on a 91-mile-an-hour fastball.
Good at bat here. This is one of those long at bats that you like to see, especially late in the game, right?
Yeah, I mean, you know we're in their bullpen, but get rid of this guy.
3-2, swing and a miss. They'll throw it down to second to try to pick off DeRiggi, but he's back safely. Peterson goes down on strikes. That was a good pitch there. Second out of the inning.
Yeah, see if Cade in his first at bat of the day can pick up Huck and Petey.
Yeah, here comes Cade Moss. Entered the game in the bottom of the 5th inning. He's been doing the catching since then. So his first at bat comes in the 7th. The runner on second. DeRiggi doubled to lead off the inning. First pitch to Moss, low and away. One and 0. Iowa 7, LSU 2 in the top of the 7th. Trying to add to it if we can bring home Brennan DeRiggi, who stands out there at second with a good lead. Next pitch to Moss. Called strike at the knees, 1-1.
Cade's done a really nice job. You know, he got hot at the end of last year, but really earned his playing time with the way he handles the pitchers. And he's done a really nice job with that again this year.
1-1 on the ground to the left side, backhanded by the shortstop. Long throw across the diamond is picked, and he's out at first. Good job there by the first baseman, Jones, on a throw that was in the dirt. Moss tried to leg it out, but couldn't quite get it done. So a leadoff double from DeRiggi, but he's stranded out there at second. It's time to stretch things out here in Round Rock. We'll head to the bottom of the 7th inning in just a moment. Iowa 7, LSU 2. We're back right after this. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/IowensWin.
Woo! Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But you know, the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
John Evans, John Leo in Round Rock, Texas for the Round Rock Classic, bringing you Iowa Hawkeye baseball this afternoon. Bottom of the 7th inning, Iowa leading the nation's best, LSU 7-2. Hawks jump to an early lead with 3 in the first, 1 in the third, and 3 in the fourth. LSU got on the board in the bottom of the 4th inning. And they'll come to the plate with 5, 6, and 7. The bottom of the 7th, Jared Simpson returns to the mound for the Hawks. He's done a nice job so far. Simpson, through 2 2/3, has walked 1, given up 1 hit, but he struck out 5.
Yeah, and you could see, get Jared through this inning, you might see Will Christopherson for the 8th and the 9th, or depending on how many pitches.
New batter, pinch hitter rather, for LSU is Mick Paul, as he is all eyes on this first pitch from Simpson. It's a called strike down the middle of the plate.
Maybe you could see Simpson try to get through the 8th as well if he can stay clean here in the 7th.
No balls and a strike. This pitch is outside as Paul squared to bunt, pulled it back. 1-1. Well, we're officially in the what's considered the late innings. Iowa in search of their first 1-2-3 inning defensively. As Paul watched this one, called strike. Nice 85 miles an hour, clipping the outside corner, 1-2. Simpson struck out all 3 LSU batters in the 6th. They had a guy reach on an error in between that. 1-2 pitch from Simpson. Fouled back to the net.
Yeah, Jared's good high velocity. Again, you know, not that left-handers don't always throw that hard, but you kind of think of left-handers more of the crafty type, but Jared can really bring it up there and keep him off balance.
Paul is a left-handed hitter, so lefty on lefty matchup here with the 1-2 on its way home. Missing at the hands, 2-2. Got a few Hawkeyes up in the bullpen. Christopherson is one of them. No throwing yet out there, so really trusting Simpson. In the bottom of the 7th, Iowa leading 7-2. 2-2 pitch on its way home. Swing and a miss. It's in the dirt, so Moss is going to have to throw it down, and he does so accurately for the first out of the inning.
Yeah, good pitch there. Got him to chase. And again, that's what we talked about this early in the game. The longer you can have the lead against these guys, make the pressure shift over to their dugout. You know, make them feel like, oh gosh, we haven't been here. We don't expect to be here against somebody like you.
Yeah.
So kind of keep putting that pressure on. Maybe that strike zone expands a little, and you start getting easier outs.
Tommy White's the next hitter for LSU. Simpson offers the first pitch outside for a ball. Heck, is it, you know, you don't want to jinx anything, so I might as well not even say it, but so far the past couple innings have been pretty good for Iowa in applying that pressure on LSU. 1-0 pitch on its way home. This one crushed into center. But Huckstorf is there, and he's under it, and he's got it for out number 2. Well, the LSU fans, they thought that White got a hold of that one, which he did, but it's deep out there to center. It's 400 to straightaway, and Huck had it the whole way.
Well, it's an interesting field configuration because, you know, you go out to basically I'm not even sure what that is. They're almost looks like a maintenance building at 407, kind of coming in the right center field and left center field, and then it actually comes back in. Dead center is just 400. Huck had plenty of room though. Big outfield, a lot of green space here at this AAA park.
2 up, 2 down in the LSU 7th with the Hawks on top 7-2. Here's Neal, the catcher. First pitch in there for a strike.
Yeah, that's just pitch 60 for Jared. So, he's got a starter build to him too. So you come clean through here, finish it up, and might be able to get another one out of him.
Yeah. No balls and a strike to Neal. Fouled off the gear of Moss, and it's 0-2 with 2 outs, nobody on, and the Tigers 7th. The Hawks on top 7-2. Iowa with 11 hits today. LSU just 2 so far. Simpson will look in for the sign.
One of the things you wanted to do if you're Iowa was pass the eye test today. Maybe didn't quite manage it yesterday.
Swing and a miss. Simpson sets him down for the 3rd out of the inning, and there's our 1-2-3 inning. We got it, John.
It's about time.
All right, the Tigers go down quietly in the 7th. We'll head to the 8th with Iowa up 7-2 on LSU. Back right after this. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/IowansWin.
At US Cellular, we think phones are great, but they're not always great for us. Because while they connect us to so much, they can also distract us from, well, us. The us that actually laughs out loud with each other instead of just texting it. That knows being in the same room doesn't always mean being together. So let's find us again by putting our phones down. Not forever, just for 5. 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. Join US Cellular in the Phones Down for 5 challenge. Find out more at uscellular.com/findus.
Top of the 8th inning, Iowa leading LSU 7-2. Looking to add to it here. They'll send 8-9-1 to the box in the 8th. Braden Frazier will lead things off. Braden's 0 for 3 today, looking for his first hit this afternoon. Tomorrow, Iowa will battle Kansas State. First pitch is at noon. John and I will have pregame coverage beginning at 11:30. The Hawks and the Wildcats right here on the Hawkeye Radio Network. First pitch to Frazier's on its way home. Swing and a miss. I was talking earlier about the exciting weekend of athletics for the Hawkeyes. The men's basketball team winning, but tomorrow the women's basketball team will host Indiana at 1 o'clock in a virtually top 5 matchup. Iowa's technically ranked 6th as Frazier watches the next one miss outside 1-1. Indiana ranked 2nd. Hawks looking for a little bit of revenge. College Game Day will be in town tomorrow. So you can get into Carver Hawkeye with a ticket. The 1-1. Frazier swings and misses 1-2. So we'll see Caitlin Clark and company tomorrow against Indiana. Still a little bit to play for in terms of seeding, I believe. When it comes to the Big Ten tournament. 1-2 pitch. Frazier lines it into center, right to the center fielder who takes a couple steps forward for out number 1. Got softball, as you mentioned, was doing pretty well to hang with UCLA last night. The baseball team is up on LSU here, 7-2. Big Tens for Iowa track and field. The Hawks doing pretty well out in Ohio, both the men and the women. So, you get into the postseason, transition into preseason and some other sports. Exciting times for the Hawks. Here's Gable Mitchell swinging and missing at the first pitch.
Yeah, this is an incredibly busy time for the sports. And, I did a couple of the gymnastics events. They had their Big 5 yesterday, which is basically the seeding for the Big Ten championships coming up.
Mitchell fouls this one off to the left.
And then, as you mentioned, you've got College Game Day coming to Iowa City tomorrow on the women's side, and then the Big Ten tournament. And and at no point have I heard you mention the wrestling and Spencer Lee yet.
Yeah, wrestling postseason coming up. 0-2 pitch on its way home to Mitchell. Fouled back into the net. The Hawks wrestling team ended the season with a dominating win over Oklahoma State. Excited to watch Spencer and the rest of the team as they get ready for Big Tens in Ann Arbor, Michigan, and then Nationals down in Tulsa this year. 0-2 on its way, missing high to Mitchell, 1-2.
The fun part about that Oklahoma State meet was the Iowa wrestlers, they won a lot of those 3-2, 4-3 matches where sometimes they get on the wrong side of those.
Mitchell takes the 1-2 downstairs. I know exactly what you mean there. The elusive, like small, close matches hadn't been going Iowa's way for a little bit of the season. And, to your point, it was nice to see him turn those around. 2-2 pitch to Mitchell. On the ground to the shortstop. He's ready for it. Scoops it up on a couple of bounces. Throws it across for out number 2.
Yeah, we all expect Spencer to get that pin, but it's can the other guys, and it becomes really important just for advancing in the tournament. In the Big Ten tournament, in the NCAA tournament, obviously bonus points are a huge deal. You get those from Spencer. You'll get those from Woods. You'll get those from Tony Pins at heavyweight, but those other guys, you want them to win, you want them to keep advancing because all those bracket points are so important for the team title.
Big time. Hawks are competing for one of those coming up in March. Michael Seegers, top of the order, he stands in, takes the first pitch on a called strike on the outside corner. Iowa leads LSU 7-2 in the top of the 8th inning. 2 down and nobody on. This half of the inning, Seegers lines one sharply into the net above Tello's head over there in the on-deck circle to the right.
Got to be quick over there.
It takes a pretty crazy angle to send one that direction.
Yeah, that's a little late on the swing at this point.
No balls and 2 strikes. Helmer's out of the windup. Line drive and a base hit into the right center gap. Cut off nicely by the right fielder, but Seegers is on with a 2-out single.
He's done a really good job at the plate today. His 3rd single. Even a couple of the outs, though, have been, kind of fighting his way through it and not just carrying a bat and making an easy out. Yeah. He's really made the pitchers work to try to get him out, and he's won the battle more than not today.
And are excited to see what he can do maybe on the base paths here with him being on first with 2 outs. Tello, who has had a good bat this season for the Hawks. Here's the first pitch to him. Tello, base hit into right field. Seegers will round second hard, and he'll stop there. Now he's going to think about going to third, but he'll come back to second as a 2-out single, back-to-back. Seegers and now Tello. The right fielder bobbled it, and Seegers maybe could have gotten to third, but good recovery by Jobert out there in right to keep Michael there at second.
Yeah, it was such a rope. Michael's got to kind of make a decision early, and the ball was hit so hard, his instinct is going to be, well, I'm not going to third. Well, then, as it turns out, the ball goes kind of through Jobert. Doesn't get past him, but he doesn't know where it is. It's kind of underneath him. But by then, Seegers had jammed on the brakes. By the time he realized what had happened, Jobert realized where the ball was.
Yeah.
And there's no reason to push it. Let Anthony have a swing here with 2 out and 2 on.
And Seegers at that point isn't necessarily looking behind him to see any of those situations. He's trying to pick up from Coach Heller at third to wave him on. I think it's a smart play to just hang tight and let's see what Keaton Anthony can do. He homered in the first. He's 0 for 3 since then. First pitch from Helmers to Anthony. Driven in the air to left, getting away from the left fielder, and it's down. It's a base hit. Seegers is in. He'll score. Tello will pump the brakes at second. An RBI single for Keaton Anthony. All this with 2 outs, 3 singles in a row, and we bring home Seegers. It's 8-2.
Yeah, Iowa has been so good today with 2 outs. That's that'll make them 7 for 15 with 2 outs with Keaton's hit there.
And we've been talking about Keaton's opposite field power. That time he kind of top spin hooked one.
Yeah.
And the left fielder had him shaded that way, just kind of dove away from him just enough. Short hopped him, drove in the run, and again, that's why if you're Seegers, there was no reason to take that chance at third.
Iowa 8, LSU 2. Here's DeRiggi. DeRiggi's up again after doubling to lead off the 7th. 2 away, runners on first and second. Iowa with 13 hits today. 10 more than they had yesterday.
Yeah, talk about a script flip.
Next one on its way to DeRiggi. Watches it, clipped the corner on the outside. Didn't want anything to do with that. It's a called strike, 1-1.
Helmers had been really good, and you just wonder if, maybe he's a little deeper than he normally is in games. He's up over 50 pitches now.
1-1 to DeRiggi. Same spot, same result. It's 1-2. Watched it go by. Tello at second, Anthony at first. Iowa leading 8-2 in the top of the 8th. Helmer's ready with the next one. It's on its way. DeRiggi stays alive. Hits it off the press box to our left. Comes down into the crowd, and we just saw a gentleman give it to a young fan down there to the left. Good job on his part. The 1-2. DeRiggi crushes it to deep right. Get going, baby. It's up and it's gone. It's a home run. Brennan DeRiggi. Boom. A 3-run blast for Big Brennan. And the Hawks are up 11-2.
That was all of it. Boy, Brennan, his last 3 at-bats, really, the line drive he hit at the right fielder, he got all of. And he drove that one over his head. He hooked the ball into the corner. And, boy, that one made a mistake on the inner half. And DeRiggi just turned on it, pounded it into the LSU fans that were, before that, having a little bit of fun over there on the grassy hillside in right field. But let's hope that one might close the door.
11-2. Ho-ho! A 3-run shot to deep right. DeRiggi opens it up now for the Hawkeyes. 5 RBIs on the day for Brennan as Kyle Huckstorf stands in. Counts 1-1 with 2 away. We've got a stoppage now as the LSU coach is out of the dugout. Going to come have a conversation. They're going to go to the bullpen right now in the middle of an at-bat.
I don't think it's this second visit. He's gone.
Yep, and he's already pointed out to the left center field bullpen, and the Tigers are making a change. Let's make sure that that is happening. Yep, somebody pokes out of that wall in left center field. We'll take a pitching change break, and we'll come back right after this. Top of the 8th inning, Iowa's opened things up on the #1 team in the country. The Hawkeyes lead 11-2. We're back after this pitching change break. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/IowansWin.
Welcome back to Dell Diamond in Round Rock, Texas. Pitching change for LSU with the Hawkeyes leading 11-2. They put up a 4-spot so far here in the 8th inning, courtesy in large part to the 3-run blast from Brennan DeRiggi. New pitcher for LSU is Micah Bucknam, freshman, 6'2", 195 pounds. Bucknam is into the game for the Tigers.
Iowa baseball brought to you by UIHC. Heart disease is the leading cause of death for men and women in the United States. Don't let any heart condition go unnoticed or undiagnosed. Whether it's a routine checkup or a complex procedure, you want expert care from specialists who know your heart condition inside and out. University of Iowa Heart and Vascular Center advanced trained cardiologists use state-of-the-art diagnostic tools and offer highly advanced, minimally invasive treatment options. It's heart care that doesn't only change lives, it saves them. Make an appointment today at uihc.org/HVC or call 319-356-7102.
Huckstorf comes back in with a 1-1 count with 2 outs, nobody on after DeRiggi unloaded the bases. Well, they weren't technically loaded, but with a couple runners on, he cleared them with a 3-run homer just a minute ago. Top of the 8th, Iowa 11-2, really taking it to the #1 team in the country. Huckstorf watches the 1-1 pitch from a brand new pitcher come in for a strike 1-2. It's got to be an interesting situation when you're middle of the at-bat and you get a new pitcher.
Well, and you'd like to think everybody would, but you got to remember now, you have 2 strikes after just 1 pitch.
1-2. Hucksdorf on the ground to second base. It's scooped up there and thrown over to first in time for the 3rd out of the inning. But the Hawks do a ton of damage. Their biggest inning of the day so far comes in the 8th. Foot on the gas. Iowa 11, LSU 2. We take you to the bottom of the 8th coming up right after this. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
You probably know that a natural gas leak smells like rotten eggs. But what does a gas leak look or sound like? If you hear a whooshing or hissing sound, see dirt, dust, or water spraying from an area, or you get dizzy or queasy, leave the area immediately, then call 1-800-595-5325 once you're safely away. See MidAmericanEnergy.com for more safety tips.
Paid for by the customers of MidAmerican Energy.
Woo! Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But you know, the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
Bottom of the 8th inning, Iowa 11, LSU 2. The Hawkeyes have put together 15 hits compared to LSU's just 2. And Jared Simpson will jog back out onto the mound and continue his strong performance out of the bullpen. Simpson is through 3 2/3, giving up 1 hit, 1 walk. He struck out 7 Tigers. Almost half of who he's faced, he struck him out.
So on the going back to the offensive side real quick, the impressive part, you said 15 hits. 8 of those have come with 2 outs, and 9 of them have come with runners on base. Wow. Hawkeyes hitting .474 with runners on base, .471 with 2 outs. So, you know, last night was you saw that with Sam Houston. They were able to string hits together. Iowa's done it, and they've done it with 2 outs, which is, you know, they've gone from bases empty to 4 runs in a pretty impressive display here. As we've got a pinch hitter up here for LSU.
Pinch hitter Paxton Kling. He's a freshman, right-handed hitter. Simpson's first pitch to him is in on the hands. Ball 1.
The overrated chant might be the worst one you could ever say. Give your team the whole respect they deserve.
Yes, never been a fan of that. And so a chant has broken out, an overrated chant, but they're not wearing Iowa clothes, so we're not gonna give them credit for being Iowa fans and doing that. Counts 2-0 to Kling. Still have to get the outs. That's the one thing about baseball. There's no clock in it. I mean, technically there's the pitch clock, but you got to get the outs. And a 9-run lead for Iowa. Plenty of room to get those outs, but make it harmless here. The 2-0 pitch on its way home to Kling. Breaking ball called strike on the inside corner. 2-1 from Simpson.
Yeah, how about that? A 2-0 curveball there. 77-mile-an-hour curveball brought it all the way across the plate for the strike.
Very tough pitch to hit as a righty. Simpson's 2-1 is a called strike on the inside corner. 2-2.
And I'm sure Coach Heller's probably thinking about, do you really want to bring Christofferson in to close this one out? But at this point, you've had him up and throwing, and you may have burned him already, so you go ahead and let him finish for Simpson here.
2-2 on the ground to second. Mitchell is ready for it. He's got it. He throws it in time. Out number 1 on the 4-3. Yeah, I think you're right. You've had Christofferson kind of hot for a little while. We haven't seen him since the Indiana State game.
And you might be able to, if you could get him, if Jared can get through this inning, and so if you only used Christofferson for the 9th, you might still be able to bring him back on for short order tomorrow if you really needed to. So we've got another pinch hitter.
Yeah, another pinch hitter here for LSU is Gavin Guidry, freshman infielder. He'll stand in from the right side. So Guidry is in the 8th. First pitch from Simpson right there for a strike, 0-1.
Yeah, if you would have told most Hawkeye fans you'd be 1-1 through 2 games, I think everybody would have maybe bought into that. I'm not sure they would have expected it to happen the way it has.
Yeah, with probably would have thought you beat Sam Houston and maybe lose a nail-biter to LSU, but it's been the opposite so far.
Yeah, you were just hoping to show well against LSU, and so let's finish the deal here.
1-1 to Guidry. Called strike on the inside corner, 1-2. Now that would be the outside perception, right? For folks like you and me and the players in the black and gold down there, they fully expected to win this game based on the conversations. Well, competitive spirit first of all, but
the team truly believes, and the coaching staff truly believes that Brody Brecht is one of the best right-handed pitchers in the country.
Mm-hmm.
So there was really no doubt that they felt like they could win. They had the right guy at the right time on the mound. They felt like yesterday's hitting was an anomaly, and so that they bounced back on a
2-2 hits Guidry, a breaking ball that got him right on the shin protector, and so he's on with one away in the bottom of the eighth.
That they bounce back under better conditions weather-wise and be ready to go, and that's kind of proven out so far. And we're going to see. Well, hopefully we're going to see what happens as this game finishes. But Coach Heller talked about what happens when we win this game, not if we win this game. He talked through the team of when we win this game, this is how we're going to act. Yeah. This is what we're going to do. And
top of the order to Dugas now, and first pitch is in there for a strike from Simpson.
And as I listened to the kind of the pregame, I was ready to play.
Yeah.
I'm not convinced I can throw strikes anymore, but I was ready to try.
Yeah. Well, it gets everybody, managers, staff, players, broadcasters, gets everybody fired up as Dugas takes another one for a called strike on the inside corner. Everybody's fired up because we're all one team in that regard.
Well, and when you hang around with these guys long enough, you really you want to see them succeed. You know the work they put into it.
1-2 on the ground to the left side, through into left field for a base hit, splitting Seegers and Tello. So Dugas is on. First and second now for LSU in the bottom of the eighth. Iowa leading 11-2. Just the third hit of the game for LSU.
You felt the disappointment last night because not only did you lose the game, but you didn't show the way you wanted to show. To get beat 6-3, 5-4, whatever, and really felt like you competed the whole way to your level is fine. They didn't feel like they did that last night, and it's a good response today.
Jobert is up now, and this one hit him. So now the bases are loaded. And we'll have to see if that prompts anybody to come out of the Iowa dugout to have a conversation with Jared Simpson, who all of a sudden now has found himself in a bit of a predicament.
Coach McGrath. Coach McGrath might be coming out to just settle him down. They might wait just a second here.
Yeah, Cade Moss will be the one to go out there and have a conversation with Jared Simpson. In the meantime, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. 10 seconds for a station ID. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. All right, LSU threatening in the bottom of the eighth inning. Iowa leading 11-2, but the bases are loaded with one out, and Dylan Cruz is up. Cruz has reached in all of his at-bats today. First pitch fouls it up into the air just to our right and out of play, 0-1. Cruz has walked twice, reached on an error, and he singled and drove in two today. Comes up with the bases loaded. Simpson's got to work out of this one. 0-1 pitch on its way home. Swing and a miss. 0-2.
Yeah, all three LSU singles have been ground ball that Seeger stopped and didn't have a play, and then two ground ball singles past short and third. So Hawkeye pitchers, other than some control issues, have really done a nice job missing the barrel.
Next one on its way. Just high. Good chase pitch there to see if Cruz will go after it. Lays off. 1 ball, 2 strikes with 1 out. How about a ground ball right here?
I'll take the strikeout. I'll take the double play, but
Yeah,
I'll take the
one
strikeout.
way or another. 1-2 on the ground to the left side. Seegers bobbles it, flips it to second, but we don't get anybody. It gets by Mitchell. 1 run is in.
So that's a freshman mistake there.
I think Mitchell overran the bag a little bit and then couldn't focus on the ball coming to him from Seegers, who had picked it up right behind the bag.
Yeah, Michael didn't catch it clean behind, so you didn't get the clean flip, but Gable was trying to do too much there. Instead of going and acting like a first baseman, getting his foot on the bag and giving a target, it almost looked like he was still trying to run across and maybe turn 2, and instead it turned into nothing as he couldn't come through with the play.
Bases still loaded. Here is Jones now, 0 for 4 with 4 strikeouts. Credit that with a single there, an infield single for Cruz.
Went as an error.
Bases still loaded. Next pitch to Jones. He chased it high. 0-2 now.
Actually, where did they post?
Yeah, I'm not. The Hawks are credited with 2 errors, but it wasn't on that play. I think Tello, and I'll have to think about where the other error came into play, but not on that play.
Yeah,
they haven't scored it on that. 0-2 is the count to Jones. The pitch from Simpson inside, almost hit him. 1-2.
That would have been poor timing.
Iowa 11, LSU 3 in the bottom of the 8th. Crowd getting back into it.
Yeah, you've given them some reason to care again.
Next one from Simpson in the air to right. It'll carry well, but Frazier looks like he's got a beat on it. In front of the track, makes the catch. Runners will tag. 1 will score. It's 11-4 now on the sacrifice fly from Jones.
Yeah, and that kind of goes a little bit to, it's a gray sky, gray baseball coming out at you. Frazier's a really good right fielder and had a hard time tracking that one, and wasn't able to get off a good throw at all because it kind of hit him in the glove and almost popcorned out a little bit, and he had to re-grip it and then come up with the throw.
All right, now 2 away. Let's get out of this inning here. Another pinch hitter for the Tigers.
Travinsky?
Yep, Hayden Travinsky. Tall right-handed hitter, junior. Comes up with 2 in scoring position. His team's down by 7. Simpson trying to get out of this. Huckstorf in center, shifts over to right a little bit. First pitch, swing and a miss. Woo! What a swing right there by Travinsky. Comes up empty as Simpson burns a fastball by him.
Yeah, again, there's 2 runs. Isn't the end of the world here. Obviously, you love to keep shutting them down, but just get out of the mess right now.
Simpson, swing and a miss again. All right, 0-2. Let's get out of this one, Jared. Iowa 11, LSU 4 in the bottom of the 8th. Runners on 2nd and 3rd with 2 outs for the Tigers. Simpson goes above his head with his glove, now brings it back down to his belt. Feels and deals the 0-2. Fouled back to the screen, just barely got a piece of it.
So Jared's just been challenging him so far. We'll see if now he's got him up high with that one, trying to get the fastball, if he can maybe bend something off and get him to chase one down in the dirt.
Cade Moss will be ready behind the plate. The 0-2 on its way home. Swing and a miss. Down he goes. And the Hawks give up a couple of runs, but limit the damage, and Simpson with the big-time strikeout to send us to the 9th.
Winning the inning.
There you go. That's all it takes right there. Iowa 11, LSU 4. We're headed to the 9th right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At U.S. Cellular, we think phones are great, but they're not always great for us. Because while they connect us to so much, they can also distract us from, well, us. The us that actually laughs out loud with each other instead of just texting it. That knows being in the same room doesn't always mean being together. So let's find us again by putting our phones down. Not forever, just for 5. 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. Join US Cellular in the Phones Down for 5 challenge. Find out more at uscellular.com/findus.
Knowing that I can make a difference in my patients' lives keeps me motivated every single day. Hi, I'm Dr. Kanya Ferguson at University of Iowa Healthcare. With academic medicine, we see the toughest cases, so we're always innovating. And we bring the best minds together to collaborate, so there's more brain power focused on you. Because that leads to exceptional care for our patients and our community. See how at uihc.org.
John Evans, John Leo in the broadcast booth at Dell Diamond in Round Rock, Texas. The Round Rock Classic. We've had an exciting time, a pleasure bringing you Iowa Hawkeye baseball this afternoon, and the team has helped us have a little extra fun today. Iowa leading LSU 11-4, and it'll be Peterson, Moss, and Frazier due up for the black and gold in the top of the 9th. Up by 7. Can never have too many runs. See if Iowa can add a couple here. Tomorrow, Iowa wraps up the Round Rock Classic with a noon first pitch game against Kansas State. Hawkeyes and Wildcats at noon tomorrow. Peterson squares to bunt to start his at-bat and hits it foul down the third base line, so we'll have to jog back.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I was thinking there in the bottom of the inning, I'm like, okay, worst case scenario, let's just keep that lead over 4.
Yeah.
So I'm glad we won the inning. That's the best. You look at the scoreboard: 3-0 tied, 1-0, 3-2. Iowa's won every inning, or at least had zeros put up. So huge advantage.
A one pitch to Peterson is low and outside 1-1. Yeah, if you don't lose any innings, you don't lose any games, right? I mean,
exactly.
That's a fact of the game, and Iowa has won a lot of innings today. Up 11-4 on the top-ranked LSU Tigers.
I thought I was playing the role of Captain Obvious today.
Right. I think both of us can take that hat every once in a while. 2-1 to Peterson. Off the hands, fouled over there to the right side. That one had to sting a bit. 2-2.
That was a good breaking ball. It snapped into. Looked like it was probably going to snap into the strike zone there at the last second. PD fought it off. Just didn't want to take it for a strike, so he decided to foul it off for a strike.
2-2, low and outside. Full count now. Bucknam still pitching for LSU. Came in to get the last out in the 8th inning. Full count to Sam Peterson. On the ground to the left side, over towards Coach Heller, and foul.
Yeah, we've got Christopherson in the bullpen. I can't imagine he's not going to come in and finish. I don't even think they'll roll Simpson out there in the 9th to see if he can close it out. I think you'll just get Christopherson.
3-2. This one's tapped to the left side again, and the third baseman will let it go foul and pick it up with his bare hand on the left side of the line. Long at bat for Peterson to kick off the 9th. I think you're right. We'll see Christopherson. I'd expect to see him. It'd be a good job by Simpson, probably pushing up near his limit anyways, pitching-wise.
Yeah, especially with how long that inning ended up taking.
Right. Iowa 11, LSU 4. Looking for a wire-to-wire win over the Tigers. 3-2 to Peterson. This one's lifted in the air to left, curving foul. And we'll do it again.
Down in the beer garden. Yeah, Jared's at 88 pitches.
88.
So Brody threw 90 with just 40 strikes. Jared threw 88 with 58 strikes. So a little bit better control there. He did. He walked 1, but he hit 2, and those really ended up hurting him.
Yeah. 3-2 is a fastball right by Peterson for out number 1. A swing and a miss for Sam. He is the first out of the inning.
That was a good 95-mile-an-hour fastball there. Yeah, Hawkeye pitchers have struck out 14 LSU hitters today. I mean, obviously you expect big totals from Brody, who had 6, but Jared came in and had 8 as well. So
Cade Moss is the batter. Takes a curveball for a strike on the inside portion of the plate. Yeah, as much as we've talked maybe about the walks, the strikeouts have been there too. They've gotten LSU to swing and miss it quite a lot today in the box.
It's really felt a little feast or famine. Iowa has either gotten ahead and was able to kind of finish off the at-bat that way, or they got behind and they were really never able to fight back into it and get back in the at-bat and ended up walking guys.
1 ball and a strike to Moss, the Hawkeye catcher. All eyes on this one too, but it's a strike, 1-2.
But again, I think the important part is you're talking about 4 hits, and they've all been to the left side of the infield. 4 singles to the left side of the infield. No.
Swing and a miss on a 1-2. And 2 down in the Hawkeye 9th.
No big loud things.
Right.
Tommy White hit the big fly ball to center field, but had elevation. It was an easy play for Huckstorf. Jones hit the fly ball there in the bottom of that inning with that Frazier made a play on. But again, still well inside the track. No, not really scary. You just had to go track it down and catch it.
Frazier is the batter for Iowa.
And our StatCast has 4 hits, but scoreboard still has 3 hits and 2 errors for Iowa.
Ooh. Frazier drives this one deep to left. Left fielder going back. This one's way out of here. Braden Frazier, bang! Ho-ho!
Cedar Rapids Jefferson's finest, Braden Frazier.
Frazier touches them all with a solo shot in the 9th. And the Hawks are way out in front, 12-4. A quiet day for Frazier up until that point. As Mitchell will drag bunt one to the right side, trying to beat it out down the line. They throw it to the pitcher in time for the 3rd out of the inning. Wow, Mitchell almost got down the line, but was out by just about a step. The big play of the inning, Braden Frazier's home run.
That was a really good bunt. In pro baseball, his next hitter might catch one in the ear hole for bunting up 8, but that was a really good bunt and made the first baseman field it, but a good play by both the first baseman and the pitcher.
Iowa 12, LSU 4. Last chance for the Tigers coming up in the bottom of the 9th as Will Christopherson looks to be coming in to close the door on the number 1 team in the country, LSU. We're back for the bottom of the 9th. Coming up right after this, you're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Mid-American Energy, we want to help keep you safe around power lines and electrical equipment. Always assume a power line is energized, even if it's on the ground. To avoid the risk of an accidental shock or electrocution, avoid touching a power line with anything. And when you see high voltage warnings on transformers and substations, stay away. We care about you and your safety. Get more tips at midamericanenergy.com.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy 1 free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers in Hy-Vee stores, where right now kids can eat free.
Bottom of the 9th inning from the Round Rock Classic, day number 2. Iowa looking to get to 4-1 on the season and hand the LSU Tigers their first loss. Consensus number 1 team in all the polls in college baseball, picked to win the SEC. And the team from up north has taken it to the Tigers. It's 12-4. As we get to the bottom of the 9th, new pitcher in for Iowa is Will Christopherson. He'll look to close the door on the Tigers.
This is Will wasn't healthy last year. Came in, he'd have spots, but I was at a couple of the preseason practices this year, and Will's stuff is just outstanding. I draw an equation. If you've ever been to a professional golf tournament and you get professional golfers that'll stop and watch guys hit balls, people were stopping and watching Will throw the bullpen. I mean, he's just got crazy good stuff. The good high velocity fastball, but he's got a slider that just has, it has 18 to 20 inches of just hard side movement, just sharp movement. So if he stays healthy, he's the Hawkeye closer.
Preseason all Big Ten as he whips the first pitch off the plate inside to Tommy White, the DH for the Tigers. 6-7-8 for LSU in the bottom of the ninth, their last chance. Next one on its way from Christopherson outside. Will, the tall righty.
And he struggled just a little bit in Florida, just had to find his groove. Obviously, you don't want that regularly, but still early in the season for the Hawks.
2-0 is a nice front door breaking ball. It's called strike on the inside corner. 2-1 now to White. To get him out as soon as we can. He's one swing away from doing some damage. 2-1, swing and a miss. He swung out of his shoes on that one. His back foot came up off the ground. 2-2 as Christopherson's done a nice job to work back into it.
Stick to my golf theme. That's Scotty Scheffler and both feet off the ground hitting your tee shot.
Christopherson is ready with the 2-2. Here it comes. Lined foul and out of play to the right side. We'll do it again at 2-2.
As I mentioned before, Tommy, just crazy that he, diving back into first base on a pickoff move, popped his shoulder out, and it's his throwing shoulder. Normally he'll be the LSU third baseman. They're hoping that they can get him back in the field next week.
2-2 is fouled off the chest protector of Moss. You could hear that thud from all the way up here. Looks like Moss is okay as he pops up and...
Popped up was a very generous description for what he did there.
Well, I think he kind of stepped and staggered his way up.
Hawkeye catcher taking a beating in the late innings. Did last night, too.
2-2 from Christopherson. Misses high and away. Full count now.
Ben Tallman yesterday forced the umpire to take a long, slow walk out to the mound on a foul tip.
Get these guys through. 3 balls and 2 strikes to White. Foul ball. We'll do it again. Iowa hasn't played the number 1 team since 1972 when they lost to Arizona State. And 50-plus years later, Hawkeyes in line to get a win over the number 1 team in the country as White pops this one up into shallow right. Frazier comes on. Mitchell goes back. Mitchell will call him off, and he'll make the grab for the first out of the inning.
Well, and if you were around for our pregame, you heard your interview with Coach Heller, and Coach Heller's actually had some pretty good success against highly ranked teams. He, his Upper Iowa days, his UNI days, he's been able to kind of wear that chip on his shoulder and get his teams ready. And boy, they've done that in spades today.
Got a good way to fire his team up. The first pitch from Christopherson is a called strike to Alex Milazzo. Milazzo is in for Neal now. Second pitch is outside, and thought he went around on a swing or the check swing. They sent it down. They say it didn't go, so it's 1-1.
Bronx cheer from the Bayou.
Sarcasm. The 1-1, here it comes, fouled into the net.
I speak solid sarcasm, too, so I really understood where they were coming from there.
That's your language right there, huh?
Yeah, I'm actually English is my second language. Sarcasm is my original language.
Keep that in mind the rest of the year, huh, John? 1 ball, 2 strikes from Christopherson. He's got the sign that he likes. He feels it and deals it. Way outside, 2-2.
He may not have felt that one quite the same.
Yeah. See if Will can get a strikeout here. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Takes a deep breath. Wind up in the pitch. Called third strike. There it is. Breaking ball. 2 away.
I need to do a better job today. I've heard a lot of trains. If I had to He needed to do a count for John Bonenkamp again. Now we've got him, so we've got Americana, but I needed to do the count today because there's been quite a few going through in the background.
That's at least the second one we've heard go by, right?
I think at least.
2 away in the bottom of the ninth. Last chance for LSU is Kling, and, well, he gets hit. So quickly on to the next batter as Christofferson threw a curve in there that hit him in the shoulder.
If you're going to do it on the first pitch. Get it over with.
Just let's move it along here, right? Gavin Guidry will step in now. Inserted in the game in the 8th inning. He was hit by a pitch.
And let's get way ahead of ourselves at this point. What makes this type of weekend so important for the Hawkeyes?
First pitch is outside for a ball.
Is the RPI side of it.
Yeah.
Last year Iowa finished second in the Big Ten, tied with Rutgers. Rutgers went to the championship game of the Big Ten tournament, didn't make the NCAA tournament, didn't make the field. So, what it came down to was, when Iowa had an opportunity early in the season last year, they had a chance to close out Texas A&M, a chance to beat Wichita State twice. They couldn't get those wins, and so then when the end of the season rolls around, they didn't have a win to say, hey, look, we belong. This is the type of thing that might help them with that.
2-0 pitch to Guidry is a nice breaking ball, called strike from Christofferson. 2-1. Yeah, you're right about that.
Because the best part of today has been there's been nothing fluky about this. Iowa bats have done it up and down the lineup. The pitching staff has done everything they could to help LSU and then rip it away from them.
2-1 in there for a strike again. 2-2.
And so
it's been complete, hasn't it?
So every version of the eye test Iowa has passed today, and we've got the Iowa fans on their feet over there by the first base dugout as Christofferson's going to try to close it out here.
Iowa up 12-4. Christofferson looks in for the sign, and the 2-2 pitch is on its way home. Runner takes off. Line drive into left field. Seegers goes back. He's got it. He makes the grab on the line drive, and that's a Hawkeye winner. Iowa takes down the #1 team in the country. Hawks win 12-4.
That was just outstanding. And Michael made a great diving play in the 5th inning. Really a great range there to make the catch. Had a chance to make another play that just didn't quite work out. But again, you talk about the hitting, the pitching was good enough, and again showed the heart. Maybe not as sharp as they want to be, but really showed the heart. And then the fielding did have the air, but overall, really, really outstanding. Picked up plays when they needed to. Picked up the staff. Just what a great team win for Coach Heller and the Hawks.
How about that bounce back for the black and gold? It had to be tough to deal with the loss last night where you just didn't feel like the Hawks played like themselves. I think this is the real Hawkeye group right here, the one that shows up and puts together a complete performance. How about that?
And it's one of those things, you hope now that it says, hey, we're good enough. We don't have to do anything. We don't have to do anything crazy. This wasn't Iowa's best game. From a hitting standpoint, it was great. They can be better on the mound, and for as good as they were. So it's one of those. It's an eye-opening thing of, boy, we got a lot of tools in the kit to get this done.
Believing that your best is good enough. I heard that a couple times this weekend already. And Iowa's best was more than good enough today as Iowa knocks off LSU 12-4. All right, we'll take a break, and we'll come back with some post-game coverage. I got to be kind of quick here today with K-State and Sam Houston coming up in just a little bit. But when we come back, we'll recap the game and go through some highlights. We'll also talk with Associate Head Coach Marty Sutherland coming up right after this. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At U.S. Cellular, we think phones are great, but they're not always great for us. Because while they connect us to so much, they can also distract us from, well, us. The us that actually laughs out loud with each other instead of just texting it. That knows being in the same room doesn't always mean being together. So let's find us again by putting our phones down. Not forever, just for 5. 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. Join U.S. Cellular in the Phones Down for 5 challenge. Find out more at uscellular.com/findus.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakmall.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
John Evans and John Leo back in the broadcast booth. Post-game after Iowa knocks off LSU 12-4. The Hawks with a big win over the LSU Tigers. Let's go through some of the statistics today. We'll start with Iowa. Getting the win for the Hawkeyes is Jared Simpson after Brody Breck started. He went 3 1/3, gave up 1 hit, 2 earned, but Brody walked 8 LSU Tigers, struck out 6, threw a total of 90 pitches. Jared Simpson came in out of the bullpen and threw 4 2/3 innings, 3 hits, 2 earned. He struck out 8 Tigers. Will Christopherson came in, slammed the door with a strikeout over 1 inning of work. The Hawkeyes scored 12 runs on 16 hits. They had 1 error out in the field. A lot of multi-hit games, especially in the top half of the order. Seegers was 3 for 5. Tello 2 of 5. Anthony 2 of 5. DeRiggi 3 of 5 with 5 RBIs. Huckstorf was 2 for 4. Peterson 2 for 5. Tallman was 0 for 2. Honar 0 for 1. Moss 0 for 2. And then Frazier and Mitchell were 1 for 5. On the LSU side, Cooper credited with the loss. 3 innings pitched, 7 hits, 5 earned. He walked 1, struck out 5. Dutton came in along with Helmers and Bucknam for the Tigers. Hawks held him in check for the most part. Cruz was their leading hitter, 2 hits in 3 at-bats. The Tigers had 4 runs, 4 hits with 1 error. Let's go through some of the highlights, some of the scoring plays. Iowa got on the board first as they put up 3 runs in the first, led off by Keaton Anthony's solo home run. 2-2, belted in the air, deep to right. Right fielder moving back towards the track, towards the wall, looks up, and it's gone! It's a home run for Keaton Anthony! Later in the inning, the Hawks got another run across, courtesy of a double steal. Small ball playing its way. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Tallman. Runner goes. Throw down to second is not in time. Runner from third will score. Coach Heller's got that up his sleeve as Peterson swipes second. The offense got back to going in the 4th inning with a 2 RBI double from Brennan DeRiggi. This one's ripped into right and over the head of the right fielder. It burned him. 1 run is in. They're waving a second. Will they wave a third? No. But 2 runs score for the Hawkeyes. The defense played a key part for Iowa in the 5th inning to get the Hawks out of a jam. It was Michael Seegers who made an outstanding diving play. It'll be the top of the order for the Hawks in the 6th. 2-2, line drive up the middle. Seegers dives, makes the play, throw to first, is in time! They got him!
What a play.
Yes, sir! And then the scoring picked up for the Hawkeyes. Once again, it was DeRiggi with a 3-run bomb for the Hawks in the 8th. The 1-2, DeRiggi crushes it to deep right. Get going, baby. It's up and it's gone. It's a home run. Brennan DeRiggi, boom. A 3-run blast for Big Brennan. And the Hawks are up 11-2. Iowa wasn't done yet. They got another home run, this time from Braden Frazier. Ooh. Frazier drives this one deep to left. Left fielder going back. This one's way out of here. Braden Frazier, bang! Ho-ho! Frazier touches them all with a solo shot in the 9th. And the Hawks are way out in front, 12-4. And then it was Seegers. Once again, this is how the game ended with the Hawks and a winner and a line drive to Michael Seegers. Christopherson looks in for the sign, and the 2-2 pitch is on its way home. Runner takes off. Line drive into left field. Seegers goes back. He's got it. He makes the grab on the line drive, and that's a Hawkeye winner. Iowa takes down the #1 team in the country. Hawks win 12-4. Iowa improves to 4-1 on the season, dropping LSU to 5-1, and Iowa 12, LSU 4, knocking off the number 1 Tigers. We'll take our final break of postgame. When we come back, we'll talk with Associate Head Coach Marty Sutherland coming up right after this. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At U.S. Cellular, we think phones are great, but they're not always great for us. Because while they connect us to so much, they can also distract us from, well, us. The us that actually laughs out loud with each other instead of just texting it. That knows being in the same room doesn't always mean being together. So let's find us again by putting our phones down. Not forever, just for 5. 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. Join U.S. Cellular in the Phones Down for 5 challenge. Find out more at uscellular.com/findus.
After a cancer diagnosis, it's natural to want to start treatment right away. But first, get a second opinion from a team that specializes in your cancer. I'm Dr. George Weiner, Director of University of Iowa Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center. Before you start treatment, you deserve to be confident you have the right diagnosis and know every option available to you. So whether it's with us or somewhere else, get a second opinion. It can change your care and your life.
Welcome back to post-game coverage of Iowa Hawkeye baseball. The Hawks win it this afternoon, 12-4 over the top-ranked LSU Tigers. We're joined now by Associate Head Coach Marty Sutherland. Coach Sutherland, how about that bounce back for your guys today?
Yeah, and that was what we were all wondering. I don't think any of us are surprised by the way it turned out as far as just guys being better focused and confident. But that was the story, is how were we going to respond to last night where we didn't feel like we put our best foot forward, especially offensively. And, just a lot of great things offensively. We were able to work around some traffic with Brody and Jared a little bit. But, offensively was a story, just way louder at the plate, 6 extra base hits. We had 5 2-out RBIs. I mean, that's how you win games. And so just really happy that that's what we got from our guys, which, like I said, we kind of expected that, but that's what we needed to show.
What changed? Was it an attitude, approach thing, or was it actually something technical?
I think it was just wiping it away. I mean, in baseball, that stuff happens. It's no fun to go through. But it's part of what happens every once in a while. And I think, last night, we were just on our heels. That kid was in the zone a lot, aggressive, and we just weren't able to ever take him out of what he was trying to do. And I think today, obviously Keaton sets the tone in the first inning with the 2-out home run, and then we go on to score a couple more. Guys just being aggressive and doing a better job with, getting their best swing off. And that's what we talked about. If you watch Sam Houston and the way they approached it offensively, just a really good approach. They were aggressive. If you made mistakes in the zone, they made you pay for it, and that's what we did tonight, which we didn't do last night. So just a good bounce back.
We talked about how important this win might be later down the road, right? But for the short term, what do you think this does for the group, for the guys down there?
Well, I mean, here's what I'll say to this type of thing. Our whole party expected to win the game today, and LSU has got a great team. But it's baseball. You just show up and you expect to win. I mean, if we do what we're supposed to do and we make them, beat us, we feel like we can roll with anybody. And that's what it was about. It was just showing up and playing the game, and not worried about what the front of the jersey says. It doesn't matter. It's about you, and it's how you approach the game, your focus, your confidence, and that's what we showed today. And it was just a really good bounce back after a game, after a night that none of us felt good about. And so just really happy that the guys came out, had confidence, and we played Iowa baseball.
All right, Coach, we got one more to get tomorrow against Kansas State. Looking forward to it. Congratulations on the win today.
Thanks, John.
All right, there he is, Associate Head Coach Marty Sutherland on our post-game show. Iowa wins it 12-4. They knock off number 1 LSU. All right, first pitch tomorrow against Kansas State as we wrap up the Round Rock Classic is at noon. 11:30 pregame starts. We'll hope to talk to you then. Iowa wins it 12-4. That'll do it for today's broadcast. For my broadcast partner, John Evans, and the great board op that we had back in Jefferson City, Joshua, great job today. Great job working for us this afternoon. I'm John Leo saying so long from Dell Diamond. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Iowa wins it 12-4. Have a great rest of your day.
Hawkeye Baseball has been brought to you by Homewood and Home 2 Suites, preferred hotel of the Hawkeye Radio Network. Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. When corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Oak Knoll, an active life care community. University of Iowa Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. And by Wimmer's Meats, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes. The preceding has been a Learfield presentation on the Hawkeye Sports Network.